The Stompers got back in the win column last night, 5-1 over the Menlo Park Legends, but it doesn't matter if you can't beat the good teams. It's the Stompers and the Crawdads, part 4 this week between Sonoma and the top team in the CCL North. That's the 12-5 Walnut Creek Crawdads. They come here to Sonoma to face the 12-9 Sonoma Stompers. And Roman, let's just jump right in. These teams played a 3-game set to open the week, and Walnut Creek took 2 of 3, including the one here at Arnold Field.
Yeah, this is a get-back game for the Stompers. They were able to take one at Walnut Creek. That was Sunday, but then dropped one at Walnut Creek and one here. You don't want to let anyone beat you on your home turf. Go back and get a big one today. You had a big win last night against Menlo Park. You want to continue that momentum forward and get one tonight.
Yeah, well, yesterday went well. Honestly, they got one back after that 2-game skid. Both of those to Walnut Creek. Menlo Park's a team you've dominated. You've taken 5 out of the 6 against Menlo Park. But again, how do you beat the good teams? What can you take from yesterday?
Yeah, you can't make big mistakes. We saw 2 errors for the Stompers last night, and they were able to overcome those, but a team like Walnut Creek, you can't make those mistakes on. They will burn you if you make errors, give up free passes, whatever it is. The Stomps have to be sharp tonight to take down Walnut Creek, and if you're Walnut Creek, you want to go pedal to the metal tonight. You got to play confident with a 2-1 record against this team. You beat them at home. You know, it's a big night with, big celebrity names and big events at the ballpark. The Stomps might be a little bit distracted, come in, make a statement, get on the board early, and continue to take advantage of errors made on the field.
Yeah, Amy G, Stompers night. It's her night here at Arnold Field with the Stompers. Smarty Marty night. That's her children's book. She was an 8-time Emmy winner, longtime Giant sideline reporter. She'll be joining us in inning number 4 up here in the booth. Excited for that, but let's stay here and keep talking about the ball game coming up. And it's Nick Santavanez against the best team in the league. The Stompers ace against the best offense on a Saturday night. It doesn't get much better than that. You have to look out for Nick the first time through the order. He strikes out a lot of hitters. What does he have to do to stay successful against, honestly, the best offense Sonoma's seen?
Yeah, he's got to stay himself. That's what he needs to do today. We've seen him strike out 7 of 9 twice through the first time of the lineup. He's been really dominant with his fastball, pitching aggressive and ahead in counts. Continue to do all those things. Don't change what you're doing or, try to be that much better tonight, because ultimately what he's done throughout the season has been great, and he needs to continue to do that. Don't change things just because you're playing the A team in the North. Be confident, throw ahead in counts, be aggressive, and trust the defense ultimately. This has been a defense that has had some shaky moments, but is more than capable of turning the double plays, making these star-level plays. They're going to get the job done. He needs to get the job done.
Yeah, a big one we have to watch out for is the first 3 innings of this game. Nick Santavanez, in 2 of his 3 starts, have struck out 7 of the first 9 hitters in the lineup. On the other side, it's George Zaharias, who gave up 6 runs in the first inning and didn't see the second. That was against Arroyo Seco 6 days ago. The Stompers have to get him early and often on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, and we've seen both these bullpens be very good against each other especially, but throughout league play, the Stompers have had just a dominant bullpen, and if they can get to late in the game with a lead, that will be huge for them to take advantage of the Braden Gens, the Bunyards, the Haas, the Duncans even. Those guys can get you a close and a successful end of game, but you need to get there first. This game going to be won in the first 3 innings. Whoever comes out sharp or makes less mental mistakes takes advantage of just the small little plays, whether it's stretching a single to a double or moving up on a passed ball. Those kinds of things are going to win this one early, and whoever comes out the sharpest will take it away.
Yeah, let's talk pitching path to victory before we close out with Stat Guess, Roman's Radar, all those fun things. You have Nick Santavanez, Jaden Harper, and Luke Duncan. Those are the 3 available to get you through these innings, and Nick Santavanez and Jaden Harper have been your 2 best starters. They should be able to get you 8 of those innings, and then Luke Duncan, the firearm, throws 95 out of the bullpen. I'm expecting a defensive battle tonight.
It should be a low-scoring one. 2 great pitching staffs that we've seen go head-to-head in some pretty competitive matches so far, and if you're the Stomps, you just got to continue to throw strikes, get ground balls, can't do too much no matter what pitcher is on the bump.
Yeah, when you have your A pitchers out there, you cannot play bad defense behind him. The Stomps have to throw the ball around the yard in a good way. No errors today. That's my key for the Stompers, and let's move into Roman's radar. We start with the home squad and Stomp Watch.
Yeah, for me it's going to be Paul Lazul. He's had 10 hits this season, 2 of which have been doubles, and they've both been this week. He had one against Walnut Creek earlier in the week and then had one last night. He had a great day, now hitting, I believe, as far as we've seen him up in the lineup. The 3-hole tonight, Paul Lazul needs to be a key factor for the Stomps to take one tonight.
Paulie 2 bags. His last 2 hits have been doubles. His first 8 were singles. Come around for Mr. Lazul, and he's in the 3 spot, and there's a whole lot of names to pick from on the other side. Let's take a look behind enemy lines in a Walnut Creek squad where it feels like just about everyone's on base over 400.
Yeah, for me it's going to be Sam Yankins, 10 walks, 14 hits, hitting in the 2-hole, 304 average. He's been dominant. A 2 spot that we've typically seen go to Donnelly against the Stomps, but not in the lineup tonight. They can take a sigh of relief there. He's torched Sonoma through 3 games. Yankins, a name to watch out for early and often in this one.
Watch out for Joey Donnelly off the bench. He's delivered a couple late inning hits against the Stompers in this earlier series this week. We'll see if he gets a crack off the bench later today. And Roman, what's your stat guess for me?
Yeah, so in the 3 games against Walnut Creek so far, the Stompers are 1-2. What is their run differential against Walnut Creek in those 3 games?
No, I know them. They won by 2. They lost by 2, and then they lost by 9. Their run differential is -9.
It's -17.
Oh, what?
Unless my math is wrong here, -17 and a 1-2 record. You'd think it would be way worse. A good, job by them. They got 1. That was a low-scoring affair, but had 2 questionable games. After that, you need to get back into this one, tie it 2-2, and then go get one tomorrow. Slowly creep closer and closer to Walnut Creek in the standings.
Oh goodness, not a good stat guess from me today, and that's all we have today on the Stompers pregame show. Sonoma, a 1-game winning streak. Walnut Creek, a 3-game winning streak. But the Stompers send their ace out there to go up against an A-plus offense. We'll have the call, and we'll have Amy G in inning number 4 when we return on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. It's a 2024 CCL North title game rematch. Walnut Creek back in the number 1 seed, Sonoma in the playoff hunt yet again. And Nick Santavanez, the Sonoma ace, takes the hill against Walnut Creek here on a Saturday night. I'm Kiran Costa, joined by Roman Raffelli here in the Sonoma Index Tribune broadcast booth, getting you set for what should be a good one between Sonoma and Walnut Creek. One thing that you need to know, Amy G joins the broadcast, longtime Giants sideline reporter. She'll be here in the 4th inning, but we have a lot of Nick Santavanez to watch before that. He takes the mound, trying to get the Stompers to 13-9 and give him a chance to win the week tomorrow. Santavanez is 6'3", 195 pounds. He's out of Orange, California. He just flipped his commitment. He's headed to Fullerton, one of the most storied programs in college baseball, after spending last season at California State University Northridge, where he had 1 start out of 9 appearances, a 9.75 earned run average. But he did what a lot of guys do. He wiped that slate clean and came out flying here to start his Sonoma summer. How about these stats? 3 games, 3 starts. How about a 3-0 record and an ERA under 1? Just 1 earned run given up over 14 innings pitched. 22 strikeouts to 7 walks. The numbers are there for Nick, but he's done that against San Francisco and Menlo Park. Can he do it against the pride of the CCL North and the Walnut Creek Crawdads? Here's the lineup that he goes up against. The shortstop, Jared Medham, who's on his 3rd bat in as many games, leads off. The center fielder, Sam Jenkins, hits 2nd, and the right fielder, Ryan Brome, hits 3rd. The catcher, Zach Justice, 3 of his 5 hits this year are home runs. That's why he's in the cleanup spot. The first baseman, John Ewens, hits 5th. The DH, Cam Taylor, 6th. 7, 8, 9 goes Nico DeFazio, Casey Levitt McGee, and Chris Escovo. That's Brant Cummings' lineup. Nick Santavanez, a right-handed pitcher, climbs atop the hill. Jared Medham, a right-handed hitter, digs in to the batter's box, a slightly open stance. And let's do it on a Saturday in Sonoma. That one just misses for ball 1. It's 6:17 here, Pacific time, and 85 degrees. A warm one. Summers are coming quickly here in Sonoma, and Santavanez misses high. 1 ball and no strikes. 2 balls now and no strikes. 2-0 is popped up foul over the Stomper dugout, and the count's 2-1. The Crawdads wearing their road gray uniforms with red piping. The Stompers in the home whites. Stompers across the front in navy. Navy numbers on the back. Orange numbers on the front as always. Santavanez is 2-1 to Medham. Is high 3-1. Big stat to look out for. First time through for Santavanez in his 3 outings. 2 of those times he struck out 7 of the first 9 hitters. He fills up the zone and he gets swing and miss early. His 3-1 is high. He missed at 90 miles an hour. And Jared Medham draws a walk. That pushes an on-base percentage that was already creeping towards 400. And that brings up a left-handed hitter, Sam Jenkins, a Baylor Bear. It's a good time to set the defense behind Santavanez. He has Nick Sebastiani in left, Cam Hegeman in center, Brady Shannon in right. It goes Schlafer, Boardman, Libby, and Keys. That's 3rd to 1st. Jenkins swings first pitch and pops it up foul down the 3rd base side. The count's 0-1. The Stompers enter play 12-9. Walnut Creek 12-5. Stompers still have played the most games in CCL action over just about anybody. A check by Santavanez. Back to the bag easily is Jared Medham, who does have 8 steals, something that a leadoff hitter does. Jenkins' feet spread wide apart, but an even stance from the left side. Santavanez checks on first again. Medham makes it back with a dive this time. Walnut Creek, not a team that loses games on the road. 5-1 away from Monte Vista High School so far this season. Santavanez delivers, and Jenkins swings and misses. And that's what Mike Nunez, the pitching coach, and Zach Pace, the manager, want out of him. That's 90 miles an hour in the zone. Throw it until they hit it, and no one's been able to hit it this year.
Yeah, the fastball overpowering and the off-speed stuff, a little bit too much to handle at times, made Santavanias very dangerous.
0-2, he reached back for 91. It's over but low. The count's 1-2. This is the fourth meeting in the past 6 days between these two clubs. Walnut Creek's taken 2 out of the 3. Right on left, Santavanias to Jenkins. The pitch popped up, third base side, and out of play. Schlafer, the new third baseman, gave it a look, and that's been a bit of a problem position for Sonoma with the Max Handren injury, but good news on that, and Handren expected to rejoin the squad on Tuesday in Alameda.
Yeah, it's felt like third base, a revolving door for the Stompers, but hopefully a more permanent solution with Schlafer.
1-2, and another check on Jared Medham. That's 3 checks by Nick Santavanias, who doesn't seem to be in his usual first inning rhythm so far. He shakes off Sepulveda, now gets the one he likes. Checks Medham at first and comes home. That's bounced right back to him. He's going to pump, throw to second. Boardman to first. They get 2. Just what the doctor ordered. Nick Santavanias snags the ground ball. It goes 1-6-3 for the Twin killing, and that leadoff walk is immediately erased.
And a huge play, a great heads-up play. It was hit so hard, he had a little bit of time to make sure Colton Boardman got to the bag, because it looked like it might have been McCann Libby, but that's certainly a 6-1 connection you want to have. And then it also goes back to checking on Medham so many times. He was having to get his leads late and thus shorten the secondary, which allowed extra time on that play.
Another lefty digs in and takes low. That's Ryan Brome out of Southeastern Louisiana University. It hasn't been an ideal start to his summer here up the creek, just a $133 on the average. 1-0. High 2-0. Here's one thing that you've noticed, there's been 3 hitters, but Santavanias has now been behind 2-0 on half of them. Brome now awaits a 2-0. Santavanias pitches, swing and a miss. That's 91. The fastball's up a tick today. Maybe he's amped after his new Fullerton commitment. Who knows, but it's been a live fastball as always. Santavanias pitches a 2-1. Low, now 3-1, and Brome steps out and looks towards his first base coach. That's Derek Nicholson. Brant Cummings, the manager, and the general manager. He does just about everything. He's also coaching third tonight. Santavanias ready to pitch a 3-1, and it's fouled back to the screen. Filler up 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And we've seen Santavanias not be in the strike zone early in counts as much so far in this one as we did in the first several starts, but needs to just remind himself he's got that 91-mile-an-hour fastball. Go in the zone, hammer it home with that. It's going to put you in a good spot.
Right on left. Santavanias to Brome. The power hitter, Zach Justice, on deck. Santavanias would like to start the second inning there, and instead I'll face him here as he yanked that one to the glove side. It was a changeup, a 3-2 changeup. It's a second walk issued this inning, and that brings up Zach Justice, who doesn't make contact a lot, but when he does, it goes over the wall. There's 5 hits this summer, but 3 of them have been home runs. Brome leads off first base, not running, and Santavanias misses outside. 1 ball and no strikes. 185 average, 267 on base. He's driven in 5. He's homered in his last 2 starts. He takes a fastball at the knees for a called strike that counts 1-1. Nice frame by Esteban Sepulveda. We haven't seen him behind the dish for a full game in a while. The 1-1 misses up and outside. Slider at 80. That counts 2 balls and 1 strike. Brome off first base, 2 outs in the first. That fastball too low, and it's 3-1. Nick Santavanias had just 7 walks over 14 innings. He's in jeopardy of walking his third hitter here in inning number 1. 3-1 in there for a called strike 3-2. Zach Justice has to go retrieve his bat. He was ready to go to first, and he apologized. That's the right thing to do. He knows he's going to have a long time today with Eric Gurney behind home plate. He knows he's a catcher. He apologized. You got to keep that relationship as good as you can for as long as you can. Payoff. Runner goes. It's popped up foul. Well out of play down the right field line, and Ryan Brome gets his steps and he heads back to first. He'll be running on yet another 3-2 with 2 outs.
And interesting to see Brady Shannon as far towards the center field, left field, or right field gap as he is. Santavania has a lot of power, right-handed hitter, likely going to be behind on a fastball, and there's a lot of room down the right field line.
Brome running 3-2 is popped up out of play again, and the count will hold. 8th pitch of the battle coming, and it will be Santavania's 24th of the inning. Maybe not the easy breezy inning number 1 that he hoped of. Justice, a powerful right-handed hitter out of Oregon, takes low outside, ball 4. And this inning continues. Santavania's was a pitch away from getting out of it a couple times, and Mike Nunez is going to make a first inning mound visit to his ace. He'll talk with Esteban Sepulveda.
Yeah, and we saw this a couple days ago with Devin Laginto. That was against the Crawdads. They worked 2 first-inning walks. They scored one. That was Jared Medham, and Laginto was able to strike out 2 and get a ground ball in that inning, so it was just a 1 run of damage, but not the first time we've seen a Stompers starter who's been very good. Laginto has been great all season for the Stomps, and Santavanias has as well, but some first-inning woes against a very disciplined Walnut Creek team that probably had that report of, hey, we shook this guy a little bit early in Laginto. Let's try to do the same thing here. Patient approach. Notice what he's doing in the count before you, and then follow the exact same game plan. They've done a good job so far.
Change in programming. Amy G can't wait to get up here. She'll join us in inning number 3. Now that's the new. That's what we're being told. The higher-ups make those decisions. And John Ewens, a left-handed power hitter out of Baylor, comes in hitting .365, and he gets on base 1 out of every 2 plate appearances. He takes low and inside if it counts 1 ball and no strikes. 2 on, 2 out, first inning. Santavanias delivers. That one finds the outside corner of the fastball at 90. The count's 1-1. Ewens 2 home runs, a team leading 18 runs batted in. Has a chance to add to that total here in the first. 1-1. Low. A nice place to miss at 91, and the count's 2-1. And Santavanias' misses have been down in the zone, so if you're going to miss, that's where you want to do it. But you have to come in the zone at some point, and this might be the pitch to do it. 2-1 on the lefty Ewens, who pops it up. Third base side, Schlafer gives it a look, but won't have a play. It drops, and it's foul. The count's 2-2. And so we'll have the Deuces wild delivery. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Just getting started, a scoreless game in the first. Santavania stares into Sepulveda to get the sign. Brome from second, Justice from first. This one's bounced foul, first base side, and it's a pesky group of Walnut Creek hitters at the top of this order. Nothing comes easy. He'll now throw his 30th pitch of a very laborious first inning.
And whether the Crawdads get a run across or not, that's a number that you will take as a win every single time. You face an ace and you make him throw 30-plus in the first inning, you're off to a great start.
We'll see how he does on pitch number 30. It's a 2-2 coming to the 5th hitter, John Ewens. And he sends this one to left field, chasing Sebastiani back. He has a beat on it, and a few steps shy of the track, he reins it in. for the Crawdads. It's no runs on no hits, but 3 walks, and 2 of them are left. Nothing across for the Crawdads, with the Stompers coming up in the last of the first on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Bottom of the first here from Arnold Field. Nick Santivanias, it took him 30 pitches, and he left 2 runners, but he tossed up a 0, and George Zaharias will have to match that. The 6'3", 210-pound righty grew up in Menlo Park, played for the Menlo Atherton Bears. He won the division there, a first division championship for MA. The 20-year-old spent his last 2 years down in Austin playing for the Longhorns. Well, not playing. He redshirted his freshman year. He was cut this fall. So a tough go for Zaharias out of high school. He's now in the portal. But it's hard to go up from UT Austin. That was a team that held the #1 spot in the rankings for a majority of this season. And here's the lineup that he'll face. Colton Boardman, Nick Sebastiani, Paul Lazul. That's 1, 2, 3. Brady Shannon, McCann Libby, and Cam Hegeman. That's the middle third. And then Esteban Sepulveda, Trevor Schlafer, and Trent Keys. That's the bottom third. It hasn't been a dream start to the CCL campaign. 3 starts, 5 innings, a 16-20 earned run average. Last time out on the 21st of June, you won't like this line, 1 inning pitched, 6 earned runs. He gave up 5 hits. He goes to work against Colton Boardman, and the lefty takes up and outside, 90 miles an hour, the fastball from George Zaharias. The 1-0 is sent down the third baseline and foul. The count's 1-1.
And it was a lengthy first inning for Santivanias, but Boardman playing shortstop. He gets to see how the zone's being called, where the misses are frequently, and now can take advantage of that here, leading off in the bottom of the inning.
That one's lined up the middle. Coming on is Yankins, and he has to play it on a hop. The first hit of the ball game comes courtesy of a Colton Boardman leadoff single. And maybe that breaks Boardman out. That's back-to-back knocks.
And it's his 20th hit of the year. We've seen him struggle a little bit. He was down in the 2-hole last night. Landon Akers leading off, but now Akers the day off. Boardman steps back into the leadoff position and does exactly what he's asked to do. He gets on base. His 20th hit of the year.
Boardman leads off first, doesn't run, and it's high and tight to Nick Sebastiani. 1-0. Boardman tied for the team lead. He has 9 stolen bases. He's tied with Landon Akers, not in the lineup today. That's been a problem for Zaharias. That's his 10th hit allowed now in just 5 innings. Pitch in there for a called strike. George Zaharias comes from a very athletic family. His dad played basketball and baseball at Gonzaga. His sister played volleyball for the Zags. His uncle played football at Duke. That's one heck of a Thanksgiving football game they must put on. That one is popped up foul and out of play by Sebastiani. That counts 1-2. It's a ball and 2 strikes to Sebastiani. The pitch is foul back to the screen. That one's 90. That's where the fastball has been sitting here in this first inning. Levitt McGee is in left field, the second-year CCL. Sam Yankins in center, Ryan Broman right field. DeFazio, Medem, Escobar, and Ewins. The infield we've seen now a couple times for the Dads. 1-2 home. Sebastiani takes low. A check back on Boardman. The throw is wide of the bag, and Dean Poteet says he got in safely, but Boardman a little aggressive on the secondary.
Yeah, and an accurate throw. It was a little bit towards second base. Had it been closer to the bag, it's probably an out. They just missed the tag a little bit, but Boardman barely got back.
Boardman not running, but 2-2. Sebastiani takes a called strike 3. It's a nice pitch. Buckled his knees with a slider. First strikeout for Zaharias. That's his 8th of the season. That brings up Paul Lazul, who a left-handed hitter. This is the highest he's hit in the order all season. We usually see him as a 6, 7, lower in the order guy. He's up in the 3 spot today, and he takes inside, and maybe that's because of his last 2 hits. His first 8 of the season were singles. The last 2 have been doubles. Coming around, maybe a little bit of a power surge from the first baseman, who has the DH duties today for Zach Pace. 1-0. Lazul swings and misses. Chased for fastball 90 out of the zone. The count's 1-1. The other duties assigned by Zach Pace to Jacoby Heyer, the usual first base coach, not here today. Kenny Meimerstorff's got the helmet on over at first. Dave Hoke, as always, at third base. Mike Nunez is pitching coach. Paul Madarena is hitting coach. Lazul tips it in and out of the glove of Zach Justice, the catcher, and now he's behind 1-2.
Yeah, good job battling here from Zaharias. You give up the leadoff single, you keep him at first base, a guy known to steal some bags, and then you go get a strikeout and are ahead 1-2. That's a great way to recover.
So 1-2 pitch coming to the lefty Lazul, right on top of the plate from the left side. Boardman runs. Lazul strikes out. The throw to second is in and out of the glove of the shortstop, Medem. And Colton Boardman steals the bag. He's the first Stomper to double-digit stolen bases. And that stolen base brought to you by Park Point Health Clubs.
And very nearly a strike him out, throw him out against the Stompers, which would not have been the way to throw a leadoff single away, but Boardman able to get in there in time and knock the ball out of the glove of Medem.
Could have been hit-and-run situation. Zach Pace loves his early in the game hit-and-run. Well, maybe Lazul just chased. We can ask him post-game. So it's up to Brady Shannon to try and knock these runs home. He swings and misses. Fastball at 90 inside. He came up empty. The count's now 0-1. Shannon broke out of a 1-for-17 slump with a 2 RBI single in yesterday's 6th inning. That same single would knock in Boardman and give the Stompers the first run of the ball game. Oh, 1 misses low. The count's 1-1. Zaharias looking to get out of this first inning despite that leadoff single. Packed house of Stomper fans here on a Saturday evening. These are 2 perennial playoff teams in the CCL. They hope to meet again this year. Shannon takes low. That one split the plate, but was well below the knees of the right-handed hitting Shannon, who led the Youngstown State Penguins in just about every offensive category, or power categories, that is. Waggling the baby blue bat over his shoulder. He swings and misses. Late on 91. It counts 2-2.
Yeah, the baby blue bat, something we saw emerge from the dugout yesterday, midway through that at-bat that ended in a single. He broke his bat on a fastball on the hands and then grabbed the new stick and had a single with it, so I'm sure he won't complain.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Shannon grounds it to the right side. Esquivel ranges over. It's into right field. Dave Hoke with an aggressive send and it kicks past Ryan Brome. Shannon, round second. He's going to head towards third. The throw is not in time. It's an RBI single for Brady Shannon. He makes it all the way to third on a error by Ryan Brome, but tack on another RBI for Brady. That's his 12th of the season. And Sonoma gets on the board first, 1-0. And Dave Hoke, ever aggressive in that third base coaching box.
And a great piece of hitting there. He got a fastball. He took it the other way. Just a little worm burner through the 3-4 hole. It got past Esquivel, and then Brome made a silly error, just didn't keep the head down. And now Brady just 90 feet or a Sonoma special from scoring and making this a 2-0 ball game.
The first one to Libby's a called strike. Maybe he saw the send sign. He knew he had to make a play at the plate, beg your pardon, and just got a little too sped up. The 0-1. Misses off the corner. A nice frame job from Zach Justice, but he doesn't get the call. The count's 1-1. So that's an earned run and an RBI for Shannon. The pitch is low outside. It kicks away from Justice. Here comes Shannon. There's going to be a play. Zaharias' tag. He got around it. It's not the typical Stomper special. That one was more like a true steal of home. A nifty slide around the tag. Sonoma up 2-0.
And a very solid block from Justin. He kept it mostly in front of him, just kicked a little bit down the first base line, but then a very heads-up play from Brady Shannon. No hesitation, and then when he saw the pitcher, Zaharias, almost overrun, he went back towards the mound, slid across that part of home plate to get in time and under the tag. A nice way to add a second run.
Stompers love scoring runs from third base on those pass balls. Libby lines it foul. He was just a little bit late. It was a hard-hit baseball, and the count's now 2-2 to Libby, and the pitch count climbs to 20 for George Zaharias. Dave Hoke has got to have his heart rate way up there in the third base coaching box. 2 uber-aggressive sends. 2-2. Libby strikes out swinging. So George Zaharias picks up 3 strikeouts, but the Stompers a couple of singles, and the Crawdads kick the ball around the yard, yields 2 runs on 2 hits, and nobody left. We move to the second inning of play. Sonoma 2, Walnut Creek nothing. You're watching Stompers Baseball on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Cam Taylor digs in from the left side against Nick Santavania as it goes 6, 7, and 8. Taylor, DeFazio, and Levitt McGee. First one is in there for a called strike. And we'd be remiss if we went through this broadcast without, it's a sad day in baseball, the passing of Dave Parker, Pirates Hall of Famer, legend, played there for oh so long. The Cobra, one of the most fun baseball players really ever, definitely in that generation, goes into the Hall of Fame as a Pittsburgh Pirate, passed away this morning. My fun fact on Dave Parker, he was the first Major League Baseball player to make $1 million a year. He signed a 5-year, $5 million contract in 1980 to play for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
And to think in 45 years we've gone from $1 million in a year to now whatever Juan Soto's getting
what's
paid.
Shohei making? Exactly.
Yeah.
0-2. Lined hard but foul into the dugout. That's the Walnut Creek dugout down the third baseline. Yeah. The Pittsburgh crowd turned against him. They booed him the first 2 weeks of the season. A baseball player making $1 million? Are you kidding me? Well, he won those affections back pretty quickly. And goes down as really one of the greatest players to play in the Berg. Sad day for baseball. The 0-2 misses up and away 1-2. That one misses outside, and it's 2-2. Santavanez' pitch count continues to rise. Amy G joins us for the top of inning number 3. That's coming up in what should be about 15 minutes. That one's bounced weakly up the third baseline. Santavanez fields, throws into the sun, and in time. He has a 90-mile-per-hour fastball, a biting slider, and he can field his position with the best of them. I see why Cal State Fullerton wanted him. That putout goes 1-3, and nifty play.
A nifty one in a nightmare play for Trent Keys. You've got a big Cam Taylor charging right at you. The pitcher fielding it on the first baseline, and oh, by the way, you're staring directly into the sun.
First one misses 1-0 to Nico DeFazio, who's playing in just his second game this season for Walnut Creek. He played a lot for them last year. He had .229 with a .333 on-base percentage, sporting the Walnut Creek gray and red in 2023. He's 1 for 2 with a walk. That was yesterday in a victory over San Francisco. That one misses low outside, 2-0, and Santavanez has not given up a run, not given up a hit through now 1.1 innings, but he's not having that just get ahead and then put away command. 2-0. In there had to be a slider, and the count's 2-1. Outside, 3-1. And Santavanez has to battle. He had 5 walks over 14 innings entering play today. He had 3 walks in the first inning. 3-1. Swing and a miss. Fastball 90. Fill her up. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
We've seen Santavanez fall behind frequently so far in this one, but he's able to battle back, just throw fastballs pretty much down the middle. The Crawdads unable to get on one.
3-2 slider struck him out swinging. That's the Nick Santavanez we know. It's his first punch out of the game. It comes now 7 hitters in and brings up Casey Levitt McGee. Casey Levitt McGee, Cal State University Bakersfield. That's where he'll go in the fall. Maybe he can talk to the catcher Esteban Sepulveda, who also is heading there this fall after leaving Pepperdine this last season. That one's lined into left center field. That's a base hit. And cutting over into the alley is Hegman. He plays it on a couple of hops. Levitt McGee with a wide turn at first, but he scampers back to the bag with a single. There will be no hitter on either side today. And that brings up the 9-hitter Chris Esquivel.
And that's a heck of a play from Hegman. Took a great route to that ball, hit exactly where you want it, and knew that Levitt McGee was going to try his very best to get extra bases there, and also just a great piece of hitting from Casey Levitt McGee. Took a fastball on the outside corner hard into the gap.
Santavanez pitches. This one's bounced weakly to the left side. Schlafer gloves. His only plays to first, and he won't make a play. He back picks to second base, and his throw's just a little bit wide. Schlafer with a heads-up decision. He didn't have a play at first, and he had Levitt McGee hung up off second base. His throw was just a little bit wide of the bag. That's back-to-back singles. That one goes as a line drive in the scorebook, despite it being just a little dribbler down the third base line. And Santavanya's in trouble again. First and second, one out, and Jared Medham gets another chance. Medham, a right-handed hitter out of St. Mary's. He was named to the WCC All-Tournament team for the Gales. The pitch, low, 1-0. And the Gales have MLB pedigree. Don't quote me on this till we look it up, but I'm pretty sure Corbin Burns pitched for St. Mary's. Cy Young winner just a couple of years ago. 1-0. In there for a called strike. I don't know why I ever doubted myself.
Yeah, Corbin Burns, Tony Gonzalez.
Yeah, this is MLB names. Kyle Bearclaw was a reliever for a while. Tony Gonsolin's still in the Dodgers starting rotation, despite them having the 7 best arms in the league, it feels like. 1-1 is low. Great block by Esteban Sepulveda. The count's 2-1. And back to this game at hand. I was talking to the coaching staff before this contest, and they said Esteban has to be really good behind the plate tonight. When you have guys like Santavanez and Duncan, guys that their stuff is so nasty. Like, we talk about it for a hitter. It's not easy for a catcher either. That was the first real test for Sepulveda, and he's done a nice job.
Yeah, you have these guys who really work hard to fool the batter, but the catcher themselves have to, they've seen it before, but they have to work to not get fooled themselves.
Medham, in a hitter's count, it's 3 balls and 1 strike. One more wide one loads him up here in the second. Santavanez delivers low ball 4. It's his 4th walk of the game, the 3rd consecutive crawdad to reach, and all of a sudden the bases are loaded after 2 quick outs to start this inning. And Sam Yankins, a double, a triple, a homer, 5 RBIs. And Mike Nunez makes his 2nd trip in as many innings. Thank God they're not counting mound visits here in the CCL.
And not the ideal start for Santavanez. And I couldn't really tell you why. I mean, it's the 4 walks, but just not a Santavanez that we've seen much of through his first 3 CCL starts. He's been in the zone, really effective and efficient with his pitches, but entered the 2nd inning with 30, not the first inning he wanted at all, but was able to work out of it and get some run support in the bottom. But you get 2 quick and efficient outs to start this inning, and then single. One was hard hit, and one was just as, gamey of a single as you get, and then you walk the leadoff. Not an ideal spot for our look behind enemy lines player this evening.
Yankins comes up, bases loaded, looking to add to that 5 RBI tally this season. He'll do it as a left-handed hitter against the righty Nick Santavanez. Nick staring in to get his sign from Sepulveda. Comes set, kicks, deals. Yankins, an ugly swing, an appeal won't even be made. He pointed out to the umpire, said, I've got this one myself, and Eric Gurney calls it as a strike at home plate. Santavanez ahead of Yankins, a left-handed hitter out of Baylor. Takes up and outside. The count's 1-1. From Dallas, Texas, a lot of recruiting down in the Lone Star State this year from Brant Cummings. 1-1, outside 2-1. No place to put Sam Yankins. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Here in the top of inning number 2, and Mike Nunez has started to walk towards the bullpen, and he's going to walk back and maybe see who he has available. Here's going to be pitch number 50. It's bounced foul towards the Stomper dugout, and now Nick Santavanez is 1 pitch away from getting out of the inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bases full for Walnut Creek. Santavanez comes set. lifts the leg and pitches. Outside, 3 balls and 2 strikes, and that starts the merry-go-round. Something has to give. Everybody's running. That's Medem from first base, Esquivel from second base, Levitt McGee from third base. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Santavanez against Jenkins. The pitch. Just low, ball 4. So Sam Jenkins wins the battle. It's an RBI walk. The 5th walk of the game, the 10th walk of the season, and that brings up Ryan Brome. Brome, another lefty. First one misses somewhere. Oh no. Our TrackMan system had that one just about down the middle. So Santavanez now finds himself behind. His 1-0 is grounded through the left side. Brad Cummings is going to send the runner. Nick Sebastiani's throw to the plate. Sepulveda swipe tag. He's safe. I don't know if he ever got his hand down. I don't know if they can appeal that, but Eric Gurney, beg your pardon, says safe at the plate. 2 runs come in to score. The third base coaches have been very aggressive sending runners, and as quickly as Sonoma grabbed the lead, they see it disappear. A couple RBIs for Ryan Brome.
And Brome, a great piece of hitting there from the left, took a fastball outer edge to the left field grass between the shortstop and third baseman, scores a pair. That's a nice piece of hitting.
First pitch is in there for a called strike to Zach Justice, who walked his first time up. After the first 2 were retired, single, single, walk, walk, single for Walnut Creek. This one's bounced to the left side. Schlafer cuts in front of the shortstop Boardman and can't make the play. So it's an error charge to Schlafer, his second in his 2 games here in Sonoma. Sam Jenkins scores from third base. Ryan Brome moves up 90 feet to second base. And that's now 6 consecutive that have reached. And it brings up John Ewens.
And we talked about this in the pregame show. You can't make errors against a team of this caliber. They're going to burn you every single time. And, you know, we can even look at a walk as not an error, but just a mistake that Walnut Creek is very much taking advantage of so far.
Yeah, the walk battle and the errors of a team that the coaching staff really cares about. Ewens he's gone first pitch slider here in the second inning to get ahead of hitters, and it's worked. Yeah, fastball command maybe wasn't exactly where he wanted it to be in the first inning. He shakes Sepulveda. Shakes him again, now finds the one that he wants to throw. He delivers an 0-1. That one's lined through the left side. That's going to be a base hit, and there's going to be another close play at the plate. Sebastiani's throw is offline, but Sepulveda snags it and gets him. And Brad Cummings is going to come argue this one, but I think Sepulveda had him pretty clearly. So the inning finally comes to a close. It's a single for Ewens. It goes 7-2. 9 hitters come to bat. And we move on to the bottom of the second inning. Sonoma now trails it 4-2. Cam Hageman, Esteban Sepulveda, and Trevor Schlafer are the three that'll hit against George Zaharias, who had a very long layoff. But his offense provided him 4 runs, so he's now pitching with a 4-2 lead. He gave up 2 singles and struck out 3. Those were the 5 hitters he faced in the first inning. The righty, from the windup, delivers to the righty Hageman, high and inside. Cam, the newest Stomper, one of the newest Stompers. Zach added a couple guys to the roster this week. 2 for 6, a walk, a hit by pitch, and a stolen base. The 1-0 is line foul back to the screen and bounces right to Esteban Sepulveda in the on-deck circle. Catcher reflexes helped him, played it nicely off the netting. We'll be joined by Amy Gutierrez when we return for the top of this third inning. Hageman hits it weakly to third. DeFazio gloves on the grass and throws to first. Nicely done by Nico DeFazio.
Now batting out of Pepperdine University, catcher number 46, Esteban Sepulveda.
Esteban Sepulveda, who is headed to Cal State University Bakersfield coming up this season after a couple years at Pepperdine University. Trades out the Waves for the Roadrunners for his third season. The pitch is high, 1-0. Sepulveda's been just banged up behind the plate over the past couple of weeks. Honestly, it's been a full week at this point. He's back with the catching duties today. 1-0. Check swing, called a swing at home plate. Eric Gurney calling those himself today, and the count's 1 ball and 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out. The Harrius spikes that one, and the count's 2-1. A 55-footer skipped past Justice, but with nobody aboard, it doesn't matter. Sepulveda, a 139 hitter. He has 2 doubles and a home run. All 3 of those came in just 1 game. A breakout performance against Alameda. That was now a couple weeks ago. Sepulveda takes high. The count's 1-0. Close pitch, 91 miles an hour from Zaharias. The 3-1 pitch, high for a ball. So that's the first walk issued by George Zaharias. There's no action in the bullpen. They're going to let their starter ride. He was pulled after just 1 inning last time out.
Third base, number 24, Trevor Schlafer.
And that brings up Trevor Schlafer, looking to atone for his error in the top of this inning. He comes up with 1 on and 1 out. Schlafer takes high, 89 this time, and it's 1-0. Schlafer redshirted at Santa Rosa Junior College with Nick Sebastiani. Nick said, you need any playing time this summer. He's going to live with the Sebastianis for the next month. The pitch, outside corner called strike. Schlafer went 0 for 3 in last night's contest. He did reach on a fielder's choice and wound up scoring a run. Looking for his first Stomper hit. 1-1 pitch. Sent foul the opposite way, and the count's 1 ball and 2 strikes now.
Big at-bat here for the Stompers. You got a runner on, just 1 out. If there's anything we've seen so far, if the outs don't matter, the Crawdads did most of their damage with 2. Just need to put a ball in play.
Schlafer strikes out swinging, chased a breaking ball down and away, and that brings up the most interesting stat line in the Sonoma lineup. Trent Keys is hitting 107, and his on-base average is 510. So he gets on base over half the time and has just 3 hits on the season. He has 12 hit by pitches and 11 walks. Takes the nickname Magnet to just a whole new level, and he takes a fastball right through the heart. Sepulveda still at first base. He walked. Keys swings and misses late on a fastball, 90 miles an hour. And he's behind 0-2. Just a reminder, Amy Gutierrez, Amy G, joins us when we return for the top of the third inning. That's coming up hopefully in a long time after a Stompers 2-out rally, as that fastball is low 1-2. It's been 90, 91, 92 on the gun, the first 3 pitches against Trent Keys. Right on left. The pitch is low, 2-2, and as we've mentioned, Trent Keys is always going to work a good at-bat, no matter if he starts behind 0-2, starts ahead 2-0. We'll see. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The Stompers looking to climb their way back into this ballgame. Sepulveda runs. Keys sends this one to center. Chasing Yankins back. It's over his head, and it's kicking all the way to the wall. Sepulveda scores easily. Keys motors around second. He's chugging for third, and he's in there with a stand-up triple. Yeah. You start down 0-2. He doesn't care. He takes 2 pitches out of the zone and uncorks one to dead center field. It goes 380 feet off the bat of Trent Keys. It's an RBI triple. Trent's got to like that one, and all of a sudden it's 4-3.
Well, and how about your 4th hit of the CCL campaign? A blast to dead center field. It's a triple, scores a run, gets the Stompers within 1 here after a big, messy top of the 2nd. That's a huge piece from Trent Keys.
All of a sudden, the tying runs 90 feet away, and the leadoff hitter, Colton Boardman, digs in. That was maybe the hardest hit baseball we've seen here all season. Trent Keys and that long lefty swing, when it's in his lane, that ball jumps off the bat. Boardman lines this one down the right field line. Brome going over. He's not going to have a play. That one hops up against the wall. Boardman's going to go to second, and he's going to slide in there with a double. An extra base hit, 2-out rally has tied this game at 4.
Another great piece from Colton Boardman, now halfway through a cycle in just 2 innings. A great piece down the right field line, the Stompers finally getting on George Saharis. They've seen enough that they're able to start putting some powerful swings on the ball, and it's leading to success.
Yeah, that was the knock on George Zaharias coming into today. He didn't really have a problem with the walks. He just left too many out over the plate, and Sonoma's taking advantage in a big way. You go back 6 pitches ago, it was 0-2 to Trent Keys with a runner at first and 2 outs. Keys ropes a booming triple to center. Boardman yanks one down the right field line, and the Stompers are showing out with the extra base hits. This one's bounced to first. Ewens, Fields, throws to first just in time to get Sebastiani. A close play at first and a good defensive play by Zaharias. That putout goes 3-1. But for Sonoma, it's 2 runs on 2 hits, and Boardman left at second base. Amy Gutierrez joins us for the top of the 3rd inning in what's now a 4-4 ball game on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Welcome back to the Stompers Broadcast Network. I'm Kiran Costa, joined by Amy Gutierrez, known as Amy G. Thanks so much for coming out here to the Stompers game and joining us here in the booth.
It is my absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. It's such a fun environment, vibe, and the people are awesome.
It really is, and you clearly brought a little good luck. The Stompers are hitting all of a sudden. It's a 4-4 game here in the top of the third inning, and you're making a little bit of history. You're the first Emmy winner to join us in the booth.
Oh.
You're the first World Series winner to join us in the booth.
Gosh.
We do have New York Times best-selling writer. There was a book about the Stompers back in 2017.
You can't have it all.
You
can't have
take
it all.
2 out of 3.
Yeah.
But
that sounds good.
yeah, let's start there with the book. You've written 4 books now in the Marty series. How did you sort of get started doing that?
Yeah, actually, I didn't look for it at all. It came to me, and that was literally because of how successful the Giants had been from 2010 and then 2012 at the time. And a local boutique publisher in Petaluma, where I'm from, right, go Sonoma County, came to me and said, would you be interested in writing a book, a children's book for baseball, because there aren't that many out there. And so I thought he was crazy. And I was like, no, I would not. And then I think you heard before the game, my grandmother passed that same year, and I had been talking to her about it. She said, I really think you need to do this. And that was the impetus. My grandmother was a huge baseball fan, albeit a Dodgers fan, but that's okay. We forgive her. And so I went on to create Smarty Marty, and I at first I combined a bunch of characteristics that I thought were important, right, about covering baseball, which was knowing how to score and being intelligent and talking the lingo. And so I put all of that into it, and then I thought there's this other element that I see every day at the ballpark, and that's kids with their face in their phones, and they're not watching, they're not engaged, or watching an iPad at a baseball game. I said, you know what? We're going to make her little brother not like it, and we're going to teach him how to score, and he's going to learn how you love baseball. It's about scoring baseball.
Not enough people definitely score the game anymore.
I don't know how you don't.
I know.
It's literally your legend. It's the story of the game, and then you have that, especially in your position, Kiran, as a broadcaster, to look back at that last game that they had, or the game they made history. I mean, to have a scorecard of Matt Cain's perfect game, it's pretty cool.
I know you talk so much about scoring games, and we'll go back to the book in a little bit, but Matt Cain's perfect game has to stand out as your favorite scorebook, but any other ones stand out to you in your long time with San Francisco?
Absolutely, and most people assume the perfect game is my favorite memory, and it's very high up there. But once you cover 3 World Series, I covered 2 no-hitters for Tim Lincecum. But the first milestone moment I covered was in 2009, and it was a Jonathan Sanchez no-hitter. And it's one of the best stories as a journalist I could have ever asked for, that he was struggling, and he was on the chopping block to be traded, and turned it around in one game. And it was his no-hitter, and it just so happened that his father was visiting from Puerto Rico and had never seen his son play in a Major League Baseball game, and it was that night. And his career completely turned around. He was a huge part of the 2010 World Series win. So that's my favorite moment.
You saw that play right there.
I did.
I think we have to give him an air in my scorebook.
I agree. You got to run up on that kid.
Yeah. Especially on this infield grass. So Jaden Harper, the new pitcher, has gone hit-by-pitch error, and Walnut Creek is threatening to grab the lead right back. But here in the broadcast booth, we're joined by Amy G, and you talked there about how, I mean, you are a journalist, you're covering the game, but it's so much more than that. It's finding the story that's more than just the baseball field. You talked about that with Sanchez. Any other ones in your career, those stories that you really look back on now as your favorite ones?
I mean, there's so many, especially in that 2010 series where the Giants ended up seeming to have a knack for catching lightning in a bottle.
Yeah.
For the one that comes to me first is Cody Ross, right? Like, he had been put on waivers, and Brian Sabian's like, you know what? I think this guy's got something. And you'll see that storyline throughout 10, 12, and 14, and having belief and faith in somebody who no one else did. Ishikawa in 2012, right? I get them; they kind of melt together. But like
so many World Series you covered,
right,
you can't even remember which one it was.
Because 14 was all about Madison Bumgarner,
Of course.
but 12 was Ishikawa and Scutaro and these people who like Colorado let Scutaro go. The Giants saw something in him, so I think that's what stands out to me as a journalist, and just like the underdog. I love a great underdog story. Oop.
That's a check swing chopper to Boardman. He goes to second. The relay is not in time. So that sets up Walnut Creek runners at the corners on the fielder's choice. And we can, I guess, just one that I have for you. I mean, I love being in this booth, but you were at the field in a Game 7 of the World Series situation. There's the tying run at third base. I mean, have you been in a stadium more electric than that moment in Kauffman?
I'm going to tell you how exciting that moment was for me. I was actually in like the underbelly of Kauffman Stadium trying, because all of the reporters have to line up. When it gets close to being over,
Exactly.
you get in line, right? And you can't see the game. Depending on the stadium, there were no TVs, there was no reception. And so we were trying to find out. There's one guy who had like 2 bars, and he was calling out the play, but we were a little delayed. And so I never saw it in person, the final play. I've seen multiple replays, but that's where you are as a reporter in like the biggest moment of the biggest game.
I mean,
Yeah, you're in the tunnel, you can't see anything.
Yeah, Game 7 of the World Series. I mean, that place, even from the underbelly of the stadium, when Alex Gordon hit that triple, that place,
Yeah.
stadium was going to fall in on you.
And I was on the other side of it, right?
Exactly.
I went down thinking I'm going to interview another World Series championship team. And then when you hear that roar, you're like, what happened? And so we were waiting for the guy with the bars to tell us what happened.
We've gotten a little bit off track. You are here to talk about your book, and you talk about your grandmother. She was really your inspiration to write it, and she passed away. What does it mean to you to see the book have so much success?
You know what? It's so wonderful to feel like everybody who purchases one of my books, reads the books, checks it out at a library, right, gets to know a little piece of my grandma. It's like I was able to, in my way, immortalize her, and that's how special she was to me. So she was my favorite person on the planet, and she loved to talk ball. She's of a generation born in 1923. Like, you want to talk about where Smarty Marty's gone and what Smarty Marty has faced adversity-wise, think about my grandmother, who couldn't even play sports and just loved this game, and she could challenge any fella.
A check back on first base, and that's fair. A little roar from the crowd. We play here in the top of inning number 3, a tied game at 4. Walnut Creek has runners at the corners with 1 out. And Amy, well, we can talk about the book, but 8 Emmys, a lot of those with Crook and Kipe. We can talk about first what you've done. What do those accomplishments mean to you?
It's weird because as a kid I was an athlete, and you got a trophy if you did well in your season. It's a little tougher when you get older. You don't get those kind of accolades, and so to receive those in the manner that we did, like best broadcast, made me feel like I had a lot of value to add to Crook and Kipe, because that was certainly when I first started a situation I felt, am I worthy of being here, and how do I fit in? And it took a few years before fans accepted me with them, and it took a World Series championship to know that I could stick it out as well. But they mean a lot to me. They are in my closet. Well, 6 of them are, and then I use 2 as bookmarks. So I do keep a little spot to remember what I've accomplished in our house, and they're very, very special.
The bases are loaded here for Walnut Creek, but as I've mentioned, we're joined by Amy G here on the broadcast for a few more outs at the very least, and it really is that the people make the place, and what do Crook and Kipe, especially such a storied broadcast team as them, what did it mean to you to get to work with them and then to win some awards with them too?
They became my extended family. I think that's the best way to describe it. They did not need to add me to this broadcast. Those 2 can carry any broadcast. They're future Hall of Famers. And so I knew what an opportunity it was to get this position, and I knew I needed to have them in my corner to keep it. And so I think what I appreciate most is they never expected me to be anything but me, and I could immediately feel like I could be myself. If I wasn't sure about something, I could ask questions. They weren't going to shun me. So, and you should know that, or why don't you know that? I mean, Mike Kruko is probably the best educator as an analyst in Major League Baseball. And no doubt about it, every single game I covered over 13 seasons, so you can do the math because you're young and you like that stuff, I learned something from Mike Kruko that and that's what's so lovely about baseball. It's such a beautiful game because there's always something that you're like, well, I've never seen that before.
2-2. He
Wow.
goes around, full swing, and now we have a nice little bases loaded 2-out situation. The Stompers trying to keep this game tied with a new arm on the mound.
I don't know your players, but like that's such a huge out with bases loaded, and you need that second out. You need it, and if you can get it yourself, it's such a confidence boost for the pitcher and a momentum shifter.
Now he'll attack Sam Yankins left on left. And misses low. Great block by Sepulveda there. The Stompers, we've coined it the Stomper Special. It feels like they score about half their runs on a ball getting past the catcher with the runner on third base.
That's funny.
But since you've come up here, it's nothing but 2-out extra base hits. I think Zach Pace will put you on the payroll.
I'm all
to
about
stay
the
up
money
here,
hit, so that's what I like to see.
So many years in San Francisco, we've shared a couple memories, but I guess outside of winning the World Series, any relationships you've built with players, so many have come and gone,
Oh
obviously,
my gosh.
over the years.
It's so funny because I keep now getting invited to everybody's retirement party, right? Brandon Crawford was the last one, and I went to Buster Posey's, and now Buster's the president of Baseball Ops. So you see them go, and then you kind of see several cycle back in, which has been really nice. And I also broadcast with the River Cats, the AAA affiliate for the Giants, and that's a really fun place to be, whether a player that I know, maybe he's, been DFA'd through his career and he's trying to make it back with another team. I've encountered so many reunions through this game at this point in my career. It's wonderful. And I kind of always had a rule, though, while I covered the team, the players especially, but the coaching staff, they were colleagues, they weren't friends. We didn't really socialize outside of something that we had to be at for the Giants, but I gave myself the luxury of once they retire, I get to be their friend. So all these guys that I covered, now I really, huge!
2 extra base hits, they get out of
jam.
the bases loaded jam. You think you could stick around for 3 more outs with us? Everything's going right.
No, I'm making everything right. Sure, no problem.
Thank you so much, Amy. We'll be right back with more Amy G and the bottom of the 3rd inning. We're still tied at 4. I'm Kiran Costa, still joined by Amy G here for the bottom of inning number 3. Once again, thank you so much for taking the time. And everyone watching is probably a Giants fan, but I'm not a Giants fan. I have one for you. Who's your favorite player you got to cover as an opposing player coming to Oracle or hitting the road? AT&T, sorry.
That is, well, it's Oracle now.
It's Oracle
but it was
now,
AT&T,
but it must have been
it was also
AT&T.
SBC. I mean, it's been lots of names, right? Great question. Jeez. It's funny because I always loved Andrew McCutcheon on the Pirates, and then he became a Giant, and I was like, right on. And the same with Scutero. Like, I covered him as an A, and then he became a Giant, and I was like, this is great. So, yeah, those two come to mind. A Bryce Harper, I got to witness a battle between him and Hunter Strickland where I was like, what is actually happening right now? Because the entire team came out of the dugout. And it was like a stampede. But yeah, so that's what I would say. A lot of good names there, and you're a sideline reporter. You know more about baseball than probably this whole booth combined. You've probably forgotten more about baseball than this whole booth combined. I'm older than all of you combined, that's for sure. So let's say why.
We can talk a little bit about this Stomper season. Yeah. They're the best pitching staff in the league, north or south. They're the only team with a sub-3 team ERA.
Wow. Nice.
The next closest in the CCL North is a 4.1.
Oh,
but
okay.
but they struggle mightily on the offensive side of the ball, as that one's fouled back and situational hitting. I mean that one trickles down from the big leagues.
Absolutely. I mean, situational hitting it's called that for a reason. And when you're in a good stretch, that's what you see come to life, right? Those big money clutch hits and or things just work your way, whether it's a little dribbler or a C&I ground ball. That's when things are going right. So I'm interested to analyze this inning with you, and I'll take some of my analyst experience from the River Cats, and I'm not going to know anybody's name yet, so hopefully the fans will forgive me.
I'll help you out. This is Paul Lazul batting. He'll face a 3-2 pitch and pop it up down the third baseline, up and out of play. And one thing that our coaching staff does, their biggest thing, is quality at-bats.
Absolutely.
They don't care if the at-bat ends in a strikeout. If you see more than 8 pitches, it's a quality at-bat. You move your runners, it's a quality at-bat.
And he's gotten a full count, so that's a great point, because not only is it great getting reps, right, at the plate, and the longer you're out there able to see what the pitcher actually has, what's in his arsenal, and then you're less able to be fooled because you know what he's got. You can expect what's coming. But it's great intel to bring back to your dugout, and they go back and they share that information. What's he got? What's he on? Is he able to locate his fastball today? So I would say right now, at a full count, he's getting a lot of pitches here, and he's on it. He's just missing it. It's a great eye, and the patience there. A quality at AB is also a walk,
Exactly.
I mean, to show that kind of discipline, and that tires out your pitcher. You got your dugout saw a lot of pitches. You feel confident. You're on base. Things start to shift your way.
Yeah, 9 pitches for Paul Lazul to draw that leadoff walk. So now 3 of the last 4 Stompers have reached. And another one that's gotten Sonoma now over the past couple years is age. And I mean, that's one that really plays at just about every level of baseball. The Stompers are freshmen, sophomores, and they're playing pitchers, D1 pitchers that have played 2-3 years at that level. And I feel like maybe that's an early season adjustment period. It's younger JUCO guys playing against D1 arms, but they're finding a way.
Well, I think you're going to see, throughout the journey of a ball player, and these guys obviously are hoping to get drafted, right? And so what they're going to find is this is going to happen all over again. So when you're the young ones, those first, second-year kids in college, and the jump from high school to college is huge. And so that's what they're experiencing right now. And then the jump from AA to the big leagues is huge. It's huge. If you perform well in the AA level, you have a very good shot. AAA, for some reason, isn't as difficult of a level. There's a lot more confidence at that level. But so you see these gaps. So this is super normal for you guys to be in this cycle right now. And what they have to get tough on is the mental side and know this is part of the process. And if you probably, these guys went through it in high school too. I bet a lot of them were freshmen that made their varsity team and didn't see any playing time that first year.
Exactly.
And you stick it out and you practice and you ask questions and you get a mentor and you tell the coach yes to everything. And that's what gets you through a tough season when you may have been the best player in your high school and you're, hitting ninth on this team or whatever. That is how the world rolls. And the more you stick it out, the more you learn. And you might learn that it's not for you. People don't realize the journey in baseball. They don't realize the grind and the grit that it takes. That they see it at a big league level in the millions of dollars. That is not happening right here, right?
Shannon, a big swing and a miss to get to 2-2. And
that high fastball just looked like a big watermelon for him.
Even in other sports, like we saw the NBA draft and the NHL draft over the past week, those are players that are drafted out of college and then are going to be starting on their teams next year. Another one in Major League Baseball, you cover AAA. Even to get to AAA is a wild accomplishment for a baseball player.
It takes several years, and baseball's really the only sport that commands that. So that is part of what's so beautiful about this game is that you go back to your mom and dad drove you to every single practice and watched your uniform every night and made sure you had an extra lunch for practice, and then they drove 3 hours to your playoff game, in Fresno at 114 degrees. So it's this long communal familial journey. And one of my favorite moments as a reporter was when the first round draft pick would come to the park and walk through up into the field for the first time. And I watched him, but then I immediately turned to his parents because it's just as much their accomplishment. The money they put in and the time that they put in. And, you're thinking about folks here in Sonoma who are housing these players, the community it takes to make it to the bigs. And they don't forget these folks when they make it. They don't forget it.
You told the story for us. Brady Shannon, the guy that just hit. He's from Youngstown, Ohio. Out of high school, he had some looks from MLB teams. He went down to UCF down in Florida, was a two-way athlete there, and now this past season got to go home. He plays at Youngstown State, and his parents actually came from Ohio to watch him this week.
I met his dad because if I have this right, his grandfather, Coach Dave Dravecki in high school.
Yep.
Yeah, football. Yeah, I got the story. I scooped you.
I know. You scooped me on this broadcast.
See, I'm a veteran.
Exactly. So the Crawdads go to the bullpen, and now McCann Libby is brought up in a situation where he now has to act as a leadoff hitter. He has to be the guy to now see 9 pitches and show everyone in that dugout what the new arm has.
Yeah. Well, you've got a tie game, so I love that when it's a tie game, except when it's tied in the 9th. So you just treat it like it's a brand new game. Go up there and be patient. I think that's what a lot of these younger players lack. I mean, MLB players lack patience at the plate, right? It's so hard to be patient because when they look good, they look so good. But you got to learn the pitcher first.
Exactly. I guess we have a little break in the action here for the Giants fans watching. They're on an 88-win pace. Reminds you of 2014. They make a midseason edition. Rafael Devers reminds you of the Hunter Pence midseason edition. You think?
Yeah. Hunter Pence was 12.
Hunter Pence was 12, but
12.
I mean, they're pulling from all the different World Series winning years.
I think you're seeing Buster kind of learn from his experiences being on those teams and realizing that it's going to take a sacrifice of a couple of really good pitchers to get that big bat in your lineup. And it's that, Kyle Harrison, that was sad to see him go, and he was Giants' #1 prospect. But that is also part of the game. It's part of what you have to be so mentally tough because you want to be attached and you want to have camaraderie, but at any moment you could go. And it's actually a compliment to Kyle Harrison that he was in that trade, and it's probably going to come back to the Giants at some point and haunt them, when Kyle Harrison comes back and pitches against them. But those are the gambles, the risks that you want to see a GM or the president of baseball ops start to take, because that's a sign they think something's cooking here. And although they have, I feel they've really struggled since Devers joined the team. So I always, as a reporter and more of a human interest side of the game, I'm curious if, when that connection's going to happen, because I don't think it totally has. And Deffer does his interviews in Spanish, and so sometimes when there's a language barrier, that takes a minute to fit in and really feel the vibe. So hopefully they turn it around. I think they lost today.
They lost today in
by
Chicago.
1-0, right?
1-0.
Yeah, those are the tough ones. Like when you get totally blown out. That was an interesting story from 2014 World Series. Was Game 6? The Kansas City totally blew out the Giants, and I was like so stressed, like as if I was playing. Ooh,
Libby hits one off the glove of the third baseman. Lazul goes to second base, and our official score in the booth. What do you have for us?
An absolute error.
An error
Yes.
goes against
Yes,
DeFazio.
it is a bad hop for sure, but I don't find it was a too hot to handle. I definitely give him an E5. You should have had that jump, get up there,
We can't go a little home scoring. Give our guy a hit there. Bump the averages a little bit for the scouts.
I mean, yeah, you got to tell me if you need me to be a gamer. Then let's switch that to a hit.
Error goes against DeFazio. Just his second start of the season came a little bit later from Houston Baptist, and the Stompers are set up to grab a lead, and Cam Hegeman takes a slider just outside. I guess I have a baseball interest journalist question for you. Those mid-season trades are always interesting on both sides of it. What was it like seeing Hunter Pence come to that locker room midway through the season? But I guess as a reporter, you're probably more connected on the guys that are leaving.
Yeah.
What are the emotions like on what is now July 31st, that deadline day in the clubhouse?
So Hunter Pence specifically, it was really interesting because our broadcast was getting really popular because they had 1 and 10, right? And then 11, they had a really good shot, but Buster got injured.
Yeah.
But that's when Brandon Crawford joined the team. And so you really saw the parts coming together. So we kind of laid out the red carpet for Hunter Pence from the broadcast perspective. We all stayed late because he came in late that night. So we had a game. We stayed late. We met him at his car. It was like kind of one of the first, behind the scenes all access, and brought him straight in to an interview with me. So that was exciting, right? From a journalist standpoint, the show that we were putting on. I mean, it was a production to get Hunter Pence. But yeah, to your point, you build these relationships, and that's why it's so important. Like my best piece of advice, especially to women wanting to go into reporting for a sport, is to always have a very professional relationship with them. And it's fine to, ask personal questions about how's your family, how are your kids. You're going to meet these people in the course of your time there. But
those are the free bases
Yeah,
the
that
Stompers love so much. They move to second and third now with 2 outs.
I mean, that's a big 90 feet right there,
Yeah.
right? So that's when this fella, I don't know who it is, but he needs to capitalize on the situation. Number 46.
Exactly. Esteban Sepulveda, the Stomper catcher, up now with second and third and 2 outs.
So just to finish my thought, it's just really important because players will come and go in your lives. And so you want to build a relationship, but you don't want to get too attached. And that's kind of the key. And what you find is they come back into your life at some point if you're around long enough.
Sepulveda takes a nice little slider that clips the outside corner. And now the Stompers and Sepulveda need to battle in a 2-strike count, something that they've done well. They pride themselves on a little pesky
This would be a good situational hitting right here.
1-2. Sepulveda's fooled on the fastball, and the inning is over, and our time with Amy G in the booth is over. But Amy, thank you so much for taking the time and staying an extra half inning.
You're I'm gonna have to say I knew you win.
Thank you so much. That means so much coming from you. Roman Raffelli takes over the play-by-play duties when we return for the 4th inning of a 4-4 game on the Stompers Broadcast Network.
Back top of the fourth here at Arnold Field, a 4-4 knot between the Crawdads and the Stompers. Roman Raffelli here on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. You just heard from Amy G, the longtime San Francisco Giants sideline reporter, now writer and fiction author, joining us here tonight in Sonoma. Jaden Harper on the bump. He comes in relief for Nick Santovani as he pitched a clean third inning that, well, 6 batters came to bat for the Crawdads, and yet none scored. It was messy, but Harper worked out of it. Now 1-1 to Ryan Brome, who's been on base twice. That was a walk in the first and a single in the second. He was then gunned down on a 7-2 put out to end that second inning where the Crawdads got 4. The 2-1 misses outside from Harper. Misses outside. A patient approach from Brome earns himself a walk, and that's the second from Harper in just an inning plus, and brings up Zach Justice. Harper from the left, misses low. It kicks off Sepulveda. He can't find it. Brome takes second in an aggressive turn, but slams on the brakes. It's a free pass after an initial free pass. Moves up to second on the wild pitch. Harper set, takes a look back, an extended look back at Brome, and delivers home. It's a strike on the outside corner. Harper doesn't like what Sepulveda puts down. He'll get his sign, come set at the belt. Lifts the knee, delivers. It's hit high into shallow right field. Trent Keys calls off McCann Libby and makes the grab. It's the first out of the inning, and a big one for Jaden Harper.
Yeah, Harper did a great job of working in and out of trouble in that third inning, and neither Santovanias or Harper have been overly sharp today, but they're getting the job done, and that's sort of all that matters up until this point. And the offense, some big situational hits. Got to feel good. We're back to just this second-rate analysis coming from me. We had one of the best sideline reporters to really ever do it in the booth of the last inning.
A nice off-speed pitch there. Falls on the front door against John Ewens. It's taken for a strike. Brome stands on first. The 0-1 in 0-2. Tonight's beer batter at Arnold, John Ewens, entered today 19 hits. He grabbed his 20th in the second inning with a single, but he would be left at first base after Ryan Brome, who now stands on second, was cut down at home. A nice throw from Sebastiani and a nice tag from Sepulveda. The 0-2 to Ewens, cut on, tipped, and secured in the glove of Sepulveda. It's a strikeout, and while you can't enjoy it via the broadcast, it's half-price beer for the rest of the inning.
Was that your pick today?
That was my pick today.
Have we missed yet? I'm not sure we have.
Brings up Cam Taylor, the DH tonight for the Crawdads. He's been aboard once. That was a hit by pitch. The first batter that Jaden Harper saw, so we'll get his second look here. He looks at a slider catching the zone for a strike. And 2 unproductive outs for the Crawdads at risk of leaving the runner on second base. He got there with no outs in the inning. The 0-1 hit hard at the new third baseman, Schlafer. He throws across and just barely got the runner, Taylor. It's a leadoff walk, stranded at second base. Nice work from Jaden Harper through 2. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th here on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network.
Freiburg.
Back for the bottom of the 4th. The Stompers deadlocked at 4-4, and it's 4-4 the score, 4-4 in hits, and 2-2 in errors. As even as it gets through 3.5 here on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network.
Now batting out of the Santa Rosa Junior College.
It's Trevor Schlafer leading off, followed by Trent Keys. The 9-hole for the Stompers. He tripled in the 2nd. That scored Esteban Sepulveda and then was scored himself by Colton Boardman. A triple, just the 4th hit of the season for Trent Keys, but it came at a huge time. First pitch taken for a strike. Trevor Schlafer still looking for his first Stomper hit. He'll watch a ball outside. The 3rd inning was a lengthy one, and this one's hit just past the pitcher Timothy. It's an underhand toss to first to get Schlafer. He goes down 4-3. The 3rd inning, a lengthy one. It was a leadoff walk from Paul Azul, then a Brady Shannon strikeout, a pitching change, followed by an error by the 3rd baseman DeFazio on one of the hardest hit balls we've seen all evening. It took an Arnold Field hop. What was going right at his glove down low and then hit the grass, chopped up over his head. Got a piece of the glove, but slowly rolled into left field, and then a Hageman strikeout and a Sepulveda strikeout ended it. No damage done. Trent Keys stands in and takes strike 1. A big swing and miss there on the off speed. Now 0-2. Pitch misses. Now 1-2. And a stat we've been tracking in the booth is the runners in scoring position at bats for the Stompers, and up until a swing and foul tip secured from Trent Keys, up until last inning, the Stompers were 3 for 4 with runners in scoring position. They scored 4 runs, but left Paul Azul and McCann Libby in scoring position. Went 0 for 2 in the 3rd. It's a strikeout for Trent Keys. The 3rd by Carson Timothy, and it rolls the order over to the top. Colton Boardman, who's halfway to a cycle through just 2 innings. He's got a single and a double. Watches the second pitch near the toes. It's 1-1.
Yeah, that's his 5th double on the season. That leads the team. He's yet to pick up a triple or a home run. But now would be a nice time for both of those things. Why not?
There's no time like the present. It's 2-1 to Boardman, and I mean, what a stat. He briefly shows bunt. He takes it. It's outside 3-1, and I mean, wonder how many bunt for hits he has compared to the team.
Got to be up there. He had the memorable one in slow, I feel like.
3-1 misses outside. They want no part of Colton Boardman. He's aboard for the 3rd time this evening. It's the first walk issued by Carson Timothy and a runner on with 2 outs. In a very delayed closing, we can close the book on Zaharis. He went 2 1/3, 4 hits, 4 runs, 3 of which earned. He walked 2, didn't hit any, and struck out 5 Stompers. Now a check back on Boardman at first base. He has a team lead, 10 stolen bags. He takes off here. The throw beats him there. The tag not applied with the ball. Nice backup from Jared Medham to not let 90 feet turn into 180. Boardman now his 11th bag on this season.
What about the stolen base cycle? A walk's pretty much stealing first. He steals
Yeah.
second. He steals third. It's hard to steal home because it's always ruled as a wild pitch, but that would be cool.
Although we saw as close as we're probably going to get with the Brady Shannon. I mean, that ball hardly kicked away from the catcher. A big swing and miss on an off-speed pitch there levels the count 1-1 with Nick Sebastiani. So runner in scoring position. It's Colton Boardman with 2 outs. The 1-1 misses the zone high and maybe a touch out. Sebastiani, 15 hits entering today's ballgame. He's hitless. He's got 9 RBIs and a .254 average. The 2-1, just a tad lower and a tad closer to the plate. It's called for a strike. Now 2-2. And one thing we haven't seen a lot from Sebastiani this season is going the opposite way. A lot of hits to left and a few to center. Not a fan of the outside pitch. The 2-2 hit hard down the third base line. Fair tear. Oh, and it's waved foul. A ball that looked to hit the chalk line just past third base. It crossed over the bag, and I guess it just drifted foul, according to Eric Gurney.
Yeah, you can go look at the white chalk line. You can't turn this around the other way and call it a fair ball, but that one might just be a miss on Gurney, but a close play.
And a tough play. Gurney has to make the call there because Harvey Maxey is behind second base with the runner there. He's not at third base. Had he been there, it potentially could have gone in favor of the Stompers. So Sebastiani and it.
Uh-oh.
So
Hey, Eric. Eric, I'll pump it, okay? Thank you very much.
a inappropriate sound effect played. Eric Gurney,
Oh, goodness.
not a fan in something I have not personally seen before. So it's 2-2 to Sebastiani. Boardman stands on second. Pitch swung on and missed. A nice slider sets down Sebastiani. A 2-out walk, not scored, and the Stomper faithful very unhappy with Eric Gurney. We'll head to the 5th here in Sonoma, tied at 4. Nick DeFazio leads off the bottom of the fifth. A Arnold Field crowd that's gotten rather rowdy.
Must have been the beer batter strikeout last time.
Exactly. This one hit sharply up the middle. A seeing eye single for Nick DeFazio, just his second hit of the CCL campaign. He's aboard on the first pitch he sees from Jaden Harper.
Harper has been forced into sort of a lengthier role than maybe they wanted. There's thoughts of like Santavanias for 5 into Harper for 3. They could go 4 each, but Nick Santavanias just didn't have his ace stuff today, and that's going to happen.
And Santavanias forced out after 2. He walked 5, gave up 3 earned runs and an additional unearned.
Doubled his season total.
Not the outing the Stomps were envisioning from their ace. His pitch outside corner called strike, not to the pleasure of Casey Levitt McGee, who's reached twice, once a single, once a fielder's choice. He scored on the single, that was in the second, the first of 4 to score in that inning. And now Eric Gurney and Brant Cummings exchanging words, and now words between Eric Gurney and the batter, Casey Levitt McGee. Things have gotten just incredibly out of hand at Arnold.
Wheels have been off the wagon for feeling a couple innings now.
Well, and I hate to break it to everybody involved, it's the top of the 5th.
There's a long way to go.
We got a lot of baseball left to play. Harper set, takes a look to first. Takes a second glance, lifts, delivers. Hit high and deep to center field. Going back is Hegman, and he can't make the catch off the glove in deep center field. The runners will go first to third and home to second. Casey Levitt McGee cruises in with...
Has to be a double. Are you kidding?
I mean, a hard hit ball. It went 92 off the bat and 350 feet. And a tough play right at Hageman. Those are the worst ones as an outfielder. You don't know how to take the route when it's hit right at you. You have to turn and run and then find it. He tried to make the basket catch, which would have been incredible that deep in the field, but tips off the glove. Second and third, no outs. First pitch called strike to Chris Esquivel. Esquivel, single and a walk today, scored after the single. The 0-1 misses outside and low.
Stomper played the infield back up the middle. Keys is on the grass at first base. And I talked to Zach Pace about this because that was something we noticed a few days ago. He doesn't like to bring the infield in with that runner at second base.
And makes a lot of sense. If you bring the infield in, they eliminate any chance of picking off, plus a lead can be as far as the second base runner wants. The 2-1 misses at the feet. 3-1 to Esquivel, tacked on his 9th hit of the season in the second inning. Harper from the left, Esquivel from the right, fouls this one off. We'll have a payoff pitch, runners on second and third. Harper gets the sign, comes set, second and third. The payoff pitch, cut on and missed. It's a strikeout from Chris Esquivel in an inning that could end up looking very similar to the first from Jaden Harper. The first 2 reached, and he worked out of a bases-loaded jam. Order rolls over. It's Jared Medham, the shortstop from St. Mary's. He's been the everyday starter the last 2 seasons, those his sophomore and junior, and started 32 games as a freshman.
Couple fiery personalities in both the home plate umpire and the guy in the box.
A lot of character in a very small vicinity. It's 1-0 to Medham. A pitch misses low.
The Crawdads had multiple ejections in the 3-game series to start the week. That was the first base coach. Derek Nicholson was ejected from the dugout arguing balls and strikes, and Jared met him in something I'd never seen before. Broke his bat on the ground and threw the bat head onto the baseball field, and he left the dugout without even being told. He knew he was getting hooked on that one.
Harper gets him to whiff on a nice off-speed pitch. I guess you could say the Crawdads have clawed their way into the bad graces. This one chopped foul at home plate. It's 1-2. And we've just received a dirty look from Eric Gurney. We didn't even do anything.
Uh-oh. Everyone's getting ejected today.
I
Broadcasters and all.
suppose
Send
I
the booth
should,
home early.
Start speaking
Saturday
a little
night.
quieter.
Come on, Eric.
It's 1-2. Harper to Medham. He comes set, delivers outside with the fastball. Not a bad pitch.
This has gone too far. Eric Gurney does a great job behind the plate, and these umpiring crew, they come a long way to do this, and it's a very difficult job. It's a thankless job. I mean, someone's going to be mad at every single call that's made, and it's been a more raucous than usual group here at Arnold.
The 2-2 called strike three. Medham is set down the second K tonight. The first one was swinging in the first K for Harper. That's now his fifth of the evening. And 2 outs. Harper slowly working his way out of the jam, something we saw him do in that third inning. It's left on left with Jenkins, who struck out swinging to end that third inning. First pitch misses low.
And now Harper's pitch count's getting up of his own. He's ready to deal his 55th. Luke Duncan is the arm in the bullpen.
Harper looking to get out of this one. 1-0, misses, catches the lower third. 1-1. And a very calm, collected, and quiet step out of the box from Sam Jenkins. And I don't blame him. Harper gets the sign and comes set. Pitches to Jenkins. It's yanked down the first base line. Harper now ahead 1-2. On pace for a long one here at Arnold, both in how it feels and how it's been. Approaching the 2-hour mark, 2 outs in the top of the fifth. Harper's set. The 1-2 misses in the dirt. A nice squeeze from Sepulveda.
Great block by Esteban Sepulveda. Just saved a run. That's a fastball that's yanked glove side into the far batter's box, and just textbook blocking down to 2 knees, nothing past you.
It's 2-2. Harper on the mound. Jenkins at the plate. He's called strike 3. Jaden Harper comes into the ballgame after just 2 innings from the starter. He puts 3 on in the third. He strands them all. He gets 2 on with no outs here in the fifth, and he leaves them exactly there. A magic show from Jaden Harper takes us to the bottom of the fifth. It's Sonoma Stompers baseball here on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. It's 4-4, bottom of the 5th. Paul Lazul takes the box. He led off the 3rd inning and worked a 9-pitch walk. Was the last base runner to reach on the starter, George Saharius. And was left at third base thanks to a nice start of the outing for Carson Timothy, still on the mound for the Dads. He spikes the first pitch. Lazul, they have to check the third. Harvey Maxey's not looking, so it's a ball to start the at-bat. This one hit high and deep to right. Brome in right, not even gonna try. It's a moonshot from Paul Lazul, his 3rd extra base hit of the season, his first long shot. He breaks the tie for Sonoma.
3 consecutive extra base hits for Paul Lazul, and we talked about it in the open, Roman. Paul Lazul bumped up to the 3 spot in the order, and he comes through big time. Hit it so far he broke the TrackMan system. We don't have a number.
We can't even see how far it went. Lazul coming around. He was our Stomp Watch player of the night in the 3-hole. He's been aboard twice. That one did some damage. A no-doubter off the barrel. And now Shannon takes the box. And there's some chirping from the Crawdads dugout in Eric Gurney. Shannon, 1 for 2 on the day with a single and a strikeout. Takes a first pitch off speed in the zone. Oh and 1, misses in the dirt. He went back to the off speed, but couldn't land that hook. Kiran, we knew we were coming into a good one tonight at Arnold, but I don't think we could have ever expected the game we've had so far.
Yeah, I said pitching duel. I'm not so sure that that's played out.
It's been a good one. Some early offense, 8 runs in the first 2 innings. That's both teams combined. And now a big shot from Paul Lazul. But some antics on every asset of the ball game, on the field, the umpires, the players, both dugouts, the mound, and even the press box. 2-2, swung on and missed. Brady Shannon set down. That's his 25th strikeout of the season.
Now batting out of Louisiana Tech, second baseman number 49.
And it's the 5th for Carson Timothy, coming on in relief of George Zaharias. Now 10 strikeouts for Crawdad pitching through just 4 1/3. First pitch misses inside to Libby. McCann has had a rough go. He's got 15 hits and 13 RBI on the year for the Stompers. He takes a called strike on the outside corner. A nice off-speed from Timothy. Libby reached on the air. His last at-bat, struck out in the first. That ended the inning. This one, another hook called strike, and it's been a whole lot of hook in the 5th for Carson Timothy.
Paul Lazul decimated that baseball. It's still flying.
The 1-2 misses high to Libby. It was eerily similar to the out-of-league home run we saw from Trent Keys, a very similar lengthy left-handed swing. The 2-2 hit hard down the line, but lands left of the third baseline. No doubt about that one. That ball just crushed over the Sotheby's International Realty sign in right. Brian Brome turned and then just stopped. He knew it didn't have a chance. This one low to Libby. He's battled back, now a full count.
Yeah, at Arnold Field, you don't really see the ones where the outfielders don't move a muscle. Brome turned around and just watched that one.
admired the pimp job from Lazul. This one hit a mile high. It'll stay in the infield. It's going to be the pitcher, Timothy, fielding his own ball. And the entire infield got around the mound and just let him have it, but not usually what you see.
In no world do you want that one. My baseball career ended really early, but my travel ball coach would have the whole infield running pulls, letting the pitcher catch their own pop-up. He was about to turn around and twist his ankle on the mound, too. That was every single infielder had to play on that ball. I don't know why the pitcher decided to catch it.
I'm sure Brant Cummings will have some choice words with his infield, likely after this inning. First pitch to Hegeman, hit softly into shallow right field. Brome ranges and makes the catch. It's 1-2-3 after the Paul Lazul home run that led off the inning, and it takes the lead for the Stompers. It's 5-4 in Sonoma. We'll be back for the top of the sixth. Luke Duncan enters the game on the bump for the Stompers. He's a two-way. He catches and he pitches, and well, that pitching is about 96 with the fastball. This is his third appearance. He's appeared in a loss and 2 wins, a combined 4 innings. It's 4 strikeouts, 2 walks, and 2 hits to Duncan's CCL campaign. He's not allowed to run. He's been solid. A 6'2", 185-pound righty from Los Medanos.
Yeah, in the portal, so a big start for him. And that closes the book on Jaden Harper. 3 innings, 2 hits, 2 walks, and 6 strikeouts. It wasn't always easy. Runners aboard nearly every inning.
This one hit a mile high and behind second base. Colton Boardman ranges to the right side of the bag but makes the catch.
We talked about it before the game, Roman, that it was Nick Santavani as the Stompers ace against the best team in the North. Amy G was here. This one's lived up to the billing so far.
It's been a great one. Zach Justice stands in on the right. He takes a fastball high on the hands for ball number 1.
96 on the gun.
He's 0 for 1 on the day. He reached on an error and walked as well. He's ahead 1-0 against Duncan. Fastball inside. Missed a couple inches off the plate.
Yeah, this is a power-on-power at-bat. Justice, 3 home runs. Duncan, the hardest thrower on the team.
The 2-0 finds the zone. It's 2-1, and we've got a lot of the Duncan family in attendance tonight. Two and one, Duncan gets the sign and comes set. Slightly open with the left foot. The pitch, big swing and miss, high fastball. It's a challenge pitch in on the hands. Zach Justice wanted it, but he's not able to catch up.
It's a near impossible pitch to pull out of the yard. But he's really working him inner third only this at-bat. 3 out of the 4 pitches have been inner third or inside.
That one's inside. It's called strike 3. Justice, well, doesn't think he got any justice there. The backwards K, the first strikeout of the evening for Luke Duncan.
Having fun today. I like it. Saturday night.
If the umpire's going to try to toss a PA staff member, I'm going to have some fun. It's John Ewens up. Tonight's beer battery struck out in the 4th. That was the 3rd of 6 Ks for Jaden Harper. He worked out of 2 jams very well. First pitch swing, and he got a piece of the fastball. That one 94 out of the hand of Duncan, but it's 0-1. Ewens picked up his 20th hit of the year in the 2nd inning. The 0-1 misses outside. Thanks for joining us on the Stompers Broadcast Network. Roman Orfelli, Kiran Costa. You can catch us for every Stompers game, home and road, here on the YouTube. The 1-1, a checked swing by Ewens, now 2-1.
The Stompers haven't really lengthened Duncan out. His longest appearance was 2 innings. That was back on June 14th. You wonder how many Zach Pace asked out of his righty today.
That was exactly 2 weeks ago. The 2-1 hit high and deep to left. Hegeman going back and makes the catch. It's 1-2-3 in the first inning of work for Luke Duncan. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. The Stompers up 5-4. It's a pitching change for the Crawdads to face Esteban Sepulveda, Trevor Schleifer, and Trent Keys. It's 7-8-9, and it's Joseph Coupland for the Crawdads.
Coupland from Danville, so he's playing his home games there. Played at Chabot College last season, the 6', 200-pound. There is making what's now his 4th appearance for Walnut Creek. He's given up 7 earned runs over just 6 2/3 innings pitched, beg your pardon.
He got a first pitch strike to Sepulveda. That off-speed misses. And an interesting fact of today, we talked about it as a big, pitcher's duel today. Both second pitchers for each team went longer than the starters. That was Jaden Harper for the Stomps and Carson Timothy for the Crawdads. The 1-1 whiffed on by Sepulveda, now behind 1-2. Coupland gets the sign, comes set. The 1-2, it's another off-speed. Sepulveda checks the swing, and it's been a lot of spin, not a lot of velo from Coupland so far. Two-two in the zone with a fastball. It's fouled back by Sepulveda. We'll do 2-2 once again. And Coupland, a two-way player for the Dads. He gets Sepulveda to swing and miss on a slider. It's a first strikeout for Coupland.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Zach plays out his bullpen in the back end of this ball game. You probably want a little bit more length out of Harper and Santavanez combined. I don't really see Luke Duncan getting more than 2+ innings. Let's see who else is available today for pace.
Big swing and miss from Trevor Schleifer, still looking for his first Stomper hit.
Haas Bunyard again. So he has guys to go to in the back end of that bullpen.
An exciting one down the stretch tonight at Arnold. The 0-1 catches the zone, now 0-2 to Schleifer.
Yeah, Schleifer with a very nice variation between the fastball and the slider. We saw that one come in at 90 on the fastball. We've seen a slider all the way down to 72, down all the way to 70.
0-2. Coupland comes set, delivers, misses low. Coupland set, delivers, and it hits Schleifer on the elbow guard. He'll have a free pass to first, and he's been hit by a pitch now before his first hit for the Stompers.
Yeah, that's Stompers baseball if I've ever seen it. But you get off the mark in the on-base percentage column. It's a start.
And are you even a Sonoma Stomper if you haven't been hit by a pitch? I mean, that's just like a rite of passage.
Seems that way.
A bit of a ritual for the Stomps. Trent Keys digs in. He hits this ball a mile high into deep right field. Going back is Brome, and he makes the catch near the wall.
The Stompers have 12 players with multiple hit by pitches. And those big numbers are Keys with 12, Shepler with 9, Boardman and Sebastiani have been hit 7 times apiece.
So it's 2 outs. Runner on first for Colton Boardman, who was hit by a pitch, and just add 1 to the totals.
So that gets him up to 8. He's chasing down Shepler and Trent. Insurance run would be so big for Sonoma.
And they put up 2 in the bottom of the first and second each, then allowed 4 in the top of the second. We had a scoreless third and fourth, and then a Paul Azul home run in the fifth gave the Stompers the edge. It's 5-4. First pitch to Sebastiani, hit hard over the shortstop, met him. Run being waved in, that's Schlafer, and the throw cut off. Schlafer scores, the ball goes back to first. Sebastiani in time. One Santa Rosa Junior College baseball player drives in another, and the Stompers get a much-needed insurance run. It's 6-4 in favor of the hometown squad.
Right on cue. I said an insurance run would be nice. Nick Sebastiani says, there you go. Line drive base hit through the six hole.
So it brings up Paul Lazul, who hit a home run just last inning.
Hit seems like an understatement for what he did to that baseball.
He obliterated that baseball. He destroyed it.
Good adjective practice here in the sixth.
If you're watching along, give us your word of choice for what
Exactly.
was
Mashed.
was done to that baseball last inning.
Tattooed. I could go for hours. This isn't fair.
The 1-0 fouled back by Lazul. It's 1-1.
Pieced. It's a baseball.
Pieced.
That's a baseball one for you.
Have we said blasted?
We haven't. That's a
Blasted. It's 1-1 to Lazul. And it hits him. You can't make this up. It was a strikeout by Sepulveda, then a hit by pitch, a fly out, a hit by pitch, a single, and now a hit by pitch. It seems like Shannon's going to do something, and then McCann Libby is going to get hit by a pitch. Who's now sitting on deck?
That makes Paul Lazul the 16th Stomper. He hadn't been hit by a pitch yet. He's off the mark.
Welcome to the club. And our very own Jordan Kimball couldn't be with us tonight, but he adds clobbered.
That's a good one.
That's a great one.
I should have got that one.
Yeah. The 2-out first pitch to Shannon misses high.
Yeah, Brady broke out of a 1-for-17 slump with an RBI single in yesterday's sixth inning. He had a single to start his night tonight. Ball to the outfield really changes this game, especially for the Sonoma bullpen management.
That pitch misses in to Brady Shannon. Has he joined the not-so-elusive club of being hit by a pitch?
Oh, big time. He's up there. He has 4.
He's made his way around the bases just by hit by pitches. He's up 2-0. 2-0, bases loaded. The pitch to Shannon, cut on and missed. It's a fastball at 90, upper third. The 2-1 misses high. Now a hitter's count to one of the most powerful in the Stomper lineup.
Yeah, Brady Shannon for you, advanced analytics nerds, is 99th percentile hard hit rate. You're sitting fastball in your little zone. Take the walk, take the RBI. But if you get one middle, let it rip.
The 3-1 to Shannon. Called strike low in the zone. Shannon thought he had ball for the Stomper faithful. I'm sure we'll have some choice words for Eric Gurney.
What's new? Been a tough night all around.
Welcome to the party. It's not a friendly one. As Hey Trey reminds the crowd, this is a family-friendly environment. It's a payoff pitch due to Brady Shannon. 3-2, 2 outs, bases full of Stompers. It's 6-4. And the pitch hit hard right back up the middle. A catch can't be made in center. One's across the score. The throw comes in to score. Lazul moves first to third. It's a 2-out, 2 RBI. Single for Brady Shannon. The Stomps add to their lead. It's 8-4.
105 miles an hour off the bat of Brady Shannon. Tack on that one to your hard hit rate.
And now a mound visit for Brant Cummings. He's going to take the ball in what was a night to forget. We'll head to break and introduce you to the new Crawdad on the bump shortly. new arm on the mound is Max Cohen for the Crawdads.
Yeah, Max Cohen entering his 9th game already, and it is their 18th. So he's appeared in half of the games for the Crawdads, and why not? If you're pitching to a 3.68 ERA over 14 2/3 innings, he's faced the Stompers twice. He's thrown 2 1/3 innings against Sonoma, allowing just 1 hit and 1 walk.
He's been good. The emergency, all reliable for Brant Cummings out of the bullpen. He gets a first pitch foul ball from McCann Libby. Runners on the corners. A big swing and miss. A nice off-speed pitch outside corner. Ahead 0-2. The runners on the corners are charged to Joseph Coupland, who just got 2 outs, gave up 2 hits, hit 3 batters. That was his downfall. He struck out 1, but has let 4 score, and he's on the hook for a total of 6. The 0-2 cut on and missed. It just takes 3 pitches from Max Cohen to end an ugly inning for the Crawdads. The Stompers tack on 4 in the 6th. We'll head to the 7th here on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network, where you'll have to stick around. Kiran Costa takes you through the final 3 here at Arnold.
Luke Duncan comes out for his 2nd inning of work. He faces Cam Taylor, Nico DeFazio, and Casey Levitt McGee. He now works with a 4-run lead, and an early sword makes Taylor look silly. It's 0-1. Cam Taylor plays his college ball at Eastern Kentucky. He's grounded out to the pitcher. He's been hit by a pitch. He's also grounded out to the 3rd baseman, Schlafer. So he'll get his 4th chance here in the 7th inning. The pitch is lined hard, almost got a piece of Brant Cummings, but smooth as ever. Brant ducks out of the way.
And Cam Taylor, part of that Eastern Kentucky baseball team, a team that's been in the headlines if you pay attention to conference realignment. They'll be joining the United Athletic Conference from the ASUN starting the athletic year of 2026.
An 0-2 offer righty on lefty, and Duncan wins the battle. It kicks past Sepulveda. He can't find it. It's all the way to the screen, and he throws it, and there's no play. So it's a strikeout, the 2nd for Duncan. He reaches base, and that killed Sonoma on Sunday, or beg your pardon, on Tuesday in Walnut Creek in the bottom of the 8th inning of a 2-run game. Drop third strike turned into a runner at first base. He was eventually scored on a 2-run home run. The Stompers go on to lose 4-2. So Luke Duncan has to get 4 outs this inning. And he'll start with Nico DeFazio with a guy at first. That one's bounced to the right side. Libby dives, knocks it down, can't find it. And everybody's running. It kicks into right field. That's a single by DeFazio. To third base goes Cam Taylor, and this 7th inning is quickly off the rails. Runners on the corners with nobody out. You go good morning, good afternoon, good night, but the good night pitch kicks away and you get a runner aboard, and then an infield single and heads up base running sets you up. Runners at the corners with nobody out. The Crawdads not going quietly. Pitch outside to screen. It bounces right back to Sepulveda. Oh my goodness. To second base goes DeFazio. That ball bounced back so quickly. Cam Taylor started, but had barely started by the time it came all the way back to Sepulveda. Second and third now with nobody out. The double play is out of order, and the power threat in Casey Levitt McGee has already a couple of hits today. A double back in the fifth. Duncan, though, has strikeout stuff. He'd love to use some of it here. 1-0. Outside 2-0, 93 miles an hour. Duncan's been dealt a tough hand by his defense. Second and third. Nobody out. Stompers 8, Crawdads 4. We play in the top of the seventh. The righty Duncan deals just low, says the home plate umpire, Eric Gurney. Very nice pitch. So first base open. The 9-hitter Chris Esquivel on deck. And then things get dicey if you flip it back to Jared Medham. 3-0 from Duncan. In there for a called strike at 94. Didn't take anything off the fastball on 3-0. Continued to just pour it in there. Duncan, a two-way player at Los Medanos College. He catches once a week here for Zach Pace. Stares into his catching counterpart Esteban Sepulveda and delivers a 3-1 popped up foul down the third base line. And that 3-1 swing, Roman, is something we've talked about a lot. The Stompers are uber take first in 2-0 counts, 3-1 counts. Be patient, make the pitcher work. Levitt McGee, even in the 8th spot in the lineup, took a hack on 3-1 there. Now he has to face a 3-2 from the flamethrower Luke Duncan. Here it is. Struck him out swinging. 94 miles an hour. That's the first one. He needs a couple more to lead these runners aboard.
And it's tough because it's the second strikeout of the inning, but it's just the first out recorded.
Yeah, not to jinx anything, but if there was ever a guy to be able to do the 4 strikeouts in an inning, it's Luke Duncan. From third base is Cam Taylor. He reached on a pass ball third strike. Nico DeFazio an infield singles at second base. The hitter's Chris Esquivel. He swings and misses. Sepulveda keeps it close enough. The count's 0-1.
And a really nice job from Esteban Sepulveda. That one kicked away from him, but he was aware of where it was and hustled to it quickly. Didn't let anything get far enough away for Cam Taylor to score.
No balls and 1 strike. Runners lead from second and third here in the 7th. Duncan delivers. Swung on and missed. Challenged him. High fastball. Duncan's found the zone now with 5 consecutive pitches. No balls and 2 strikes. Duncan looking for a big K to keep the runners where they are, and instead he hits him in the hand. Looks like it caught him in the front arm guard. There was little to no reaction from Esquivel, who just got drilled by 93 miles an hour. Thought for a second hit the handle, but...
Yeah, good for the arm guard there. I mean, that's why you wear it, but that one probably still doesn't feel great even through that. It's coming over at 96.
Jared Medham, it's been a 3 true outcome day for him. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. He stands in as the tying run in an 8-4 game in inning number 7. He pops it down the first baseline and foul it sails over the Stomper dugout, and then past the Stomper bullpen down that right field line. 3 aboard, 1 out. Stompers holding an 8-4 cushion. Duncan comes home. Swing and a miss, nothing in 2. Seven of his last 8 pitches have gone for strikes. Struck out Levette McGee on the last 3 pitches. Had the first 2 on Escobar. Hit him with a pitch. He now has met him in that same spot. No balls and 2 strikes. Duncan delivers. Wind over the Stomper dugout and foul. That's a nice protect tack at no balls and 2 strikes. The Crawdads scored 4 runs in the 2nd inning. Nothing but zeros ever since. Medham digs in. He can tack on another 4 more with just 1 swing. Duncan shakes off Sepulveda, gets the one he likes and pitches. Medham pops it foul again. He's been late on everything, but he's done enough to now see a 6th pitch.
And a good AB here from Jared Medham. He's got a pair of walks, a pair of strikeouts today, but a big hit here could do a lot for his team, but still needs to climb out of an 0-2 hole.
Yeah, Duncan, they've been challenge pitches that have been fouled off. You have one to waste, but you can't really go to a breaking ball low. He does, and he gets him. Dean Poteet rings him up at first base. 4th strikeout for Duncan, the 3rd this inning. What did I say, Roman? This could be fun.
To a not as educated or aware baseball fan, you'd think we'd be done with the inning, but drop to the strike. He reaches now a chance for 4.
First one misses, and it's up and outside. He's ready to deliver a 1-0 to the lefty, Sam Yankins. A double play, a walk, and 2 strikeouts. He takes outside 2-0. No place to put him. Bases loaded. There's been a 4-strikeout inning in the last week plus. Wow, June 19th, 2025, Steven Matz did it for St. Louis. No, I wouldn't have thought that that's as common an occurrence as it is. Duncan on his way. It's now 2-1. You have to go back to 2023 before that.
Yeah, so a whole year without an occurrence.
Yeah.
Not a common sight.
2-1. Low 3-1. One more wide one forces in a run, and now Luke Duncan has to bear down and find the zone. Fun baseball oddities aside, you have to get out of the inning with no runs, no matter how many strikeouts you get. 3 balls and 1 strike to the lefty, Sam Yankins. Duncan pitches. Swing and a miss, 3-2. And now you're in a scary spot. Powerful pitcher. Powerful hitter in Yankins. He's hitting .304 with a double, a triple, and a home run with everybody running on the bases. A gapper changes this ball game. Duncan comes set. Pitches the payoff. Struck him out swinging. 4 strikeouts in the inning for Luke Duncan. And leaves the bases full of Crawdads. Time to stretch in Sonoma. The Stompers still lead it 8-4. How about that? Luke Duncan was fired up off the mound after striking out 4 Crawdads and leaving the bases loaded. Now the Stompers' bats have a chance to really blow this game open. Hegeman squares to bunt and pulls it back. This would be a big one for Sonoma. You even up the week. That's your record by the week. That one's fouled back to the screen. Zach Pace is big on win the week. All he preaches in our Monday interviews is win the week. You need to win this one to win the week. And then you have Menlo Park tomorrow. That's a team you've taken 5 out of 6 from. 1-1 low. It's 2-1. But again, this one's going to be played on late into the evening. As a reminder, it's a day turn, 1:05 tomorrow. Hegman takes upstairs. It's 3-1. Maybe Amy G's good luck. We got to bring her out all the time. (3-1). Called strike, late call from Eric Gurney. Cam Hegeman, this is just his 3rd game for the Stompers. He's 0 for 3 in this one, a ground out, a strikeout, and a flyout. He pops this one foul. Extended the zone on 3-2 and spoiled it. Probably ball 4 if the bat stays on his shoulder. Cohen, the lefty, kicks, deals, and misses with a curveball. That one was 64 miles an hour. And missed outside. Hegeman aboard for the first time. Bro, you and I went out on the ball field today at noon and threw the baseball around for really the first time I have in a while. I think my fastball is topping out 64 if I'm lucky.
I think that's pretty fair. Definitely a reasonable speed.
That one kicks away from Justice, and Hegeman takes second base on the wild pitch. You had a little hook working.
Yeah.
Colorado State champion, Roman Raffelli. That's how I'm going to start introducing you on the broadcast from here on out.
Just don't tell the Lyman Badgers you're saying that, because they probably wouldn't care for it too much.
You should tell them I made the Los Altos Little League All-Star team when I was in 2nd grade.
Oh, I will.
It was coach pitch.
Let 'em know.
Those coaches aren't easy to hit. 1-0 is popped up. Very shallow down the right field line. This is going to be a tough play for somebody. And it's going to drop. Everybody overruns it. It's a fair ball heading into third base is Hegeman. He had to hold. It's a hit for Esteban Sepulveda. It has to be. It didn't touch a glove. Hegeman moves up 90 feet. Those were the kind of hits I was getting in Little League to get me onto the All-Star team.
And that's a tough break for the Crawdads. You might have lost it in the lights, but Ewan certainly thought it was going further into foul territory than it was. Brome was right behind him, and then Esquivel was too far left. It just landed in the triangle of the 3.
Trevor Schlafer squares to bunt and pulls it back. You drop one down, you're trading outs for runs if you're Sonoma right now. Just extend this lead as much as you can. Schlafer takes low 2-0. Especially with a power-hitting team like Walnut Creek, I think the adage, extended past a slam, you really don't want them to be able to get back in the ballgame with just one swing. They have had multiple at-bats with the bases loaded. Schlafer fouls it back, and the count's 2 balls and 1 strike. (2-1). Schlafer once again pulls it back, and the count's 3-1. Stompers looking to load the bases with nobody out and set up Trent Keys, who has already tripled today. 3-1. Schlafer grounds it to the shortstop. Medham goes to second. The relay throw is not in time, so that's an RBI, and the first one in a Sonoma uniform for Trevor Schlafer because he beats out the fielder's choice. Cam Hegeman scores from third. Sepulveda is erased at second base. It goes 6-4. And off the mark in the on-base column, the run column, and the RBI column, but still no hits for Trevor Schlafer. That brings up Trent Keys, but first a check on Trevor, but he'll get second base for free as Eric Gurney calls a balk on the lefty Max Cohen, and
Now batting, number 25.
And I think Cohen's just going to bite his tongue here. I mean, the fine line we've talked about before of a lefty trying to be deceptive and wait until the last second they can to pick to first, or they start coming home, in which is called a balk. I guess that's what happened there, but with all the antics tonight, no argument.
Keys takes strike one. An RBI opportunity for Trent all of a sudden, with that runner now in scoring position and one out. Keys has already doubled up his RBI total today from 1 to 2. He's tripled, struck out, and flown out. He takes outside 2-1. Keys pokes this one foul down the line. And here's a stat for you, Roman. In every single game Trent Keys has started this season, he's either been walked or hit by a pitch. So the on-base streak's alive with the triple, but the free pass streak could be in jeopardy here in the bottom of the 7th. The 1-2's wide down the left field line. That's a fair ball. That's kicking all the way into the corner. Keys is going to head to second base. Walking in to score is Trevor Schlafer. That's a whole lot better than a walk. It's the second extra base hit on the day for Trent Keys, and it's all Sonoma 10-4.
Great day for Trent Keys. Came into today just 3 hits. He's got 2 extra base hits in today's ball game, added with a pair of RBIs. A great day for Mr. Trent Keys, a guy that has been hit by a lot of pitches, been walked a lot of the time, and has played a great first base, finally seeing some good fortune come his way.
On a day that Stompers were relying on their pitching, they had their best arms go out there. Maybe they weren't as sharp as they needed to be, but the offense picks up the slack. It's double digits for Sonoma as we play here in inning number 7. It's a 4th crooked number in 7 frames for Sonoma. That's got to feel good for Paul Madarena, Zach Pace, and the rest of that offensive coaching staff. Kenny Meimersdorf in there as well, Casey Gilroy. They work very hard, and these hitters work very hard. It's paid off big time today.
And just a true team effort so far. You talk about having to adapt when your ace doesn't quite have it, and they've done just that.
The pitch to Boardman's grounded, and it hits Trent Keys, so Trent's out, but it's a dead ball. Boardman should be safe. That's a dead ball when it hits Trent Keys, is it not? We shall see. Zach Pace is going to come out and let that be known. Trent Keys is out no matter what, but that should be a dead ball, and the correct ruling will be made. The Crawdads come back out on the field. So Keys is out. He was hit by the baseball in the field of play, but when that ball hits him, it's a dead ball. The play is over. So Boardman reaches on what's a fielder's choice.
Now batting, left fielder number 6, Nick Sebastiani.
And Amy G talks about her scoring so much. It's a game of scoring oddities tonight.
It's been a weird one. Grant Cummings arguing for some reason. I mean, rules are rules. Also, I don't know that the throw beat Boardman at first base, but a weird play nonetheless, a weird book to score, but an exciting one. I mean, if you've tuned in, you got to see a 4 strikeout inning from Luke Duncan. You get to see Trent Keys hit by a ball. I don't know the last time I saw someone get hit while running the bases.
So everyone getting back to their positions. Boardman's at first base. He has single, doubled, walked, been hit by a pitch, and now reached via fielder's choice. There's 2 more ways to reach base, right? What's the baseball quiz? There's 7 different ways to reach first base, and Brant Cummings is going to come to mound and get Max Cohen, I think. You can reach on, there's 2, okay, here's a baseball trivia for you. There's 7 ways to reach first base. You can get a hit, walk, hit by a pitch, fielder's choice. There's a couple more ways.
Drop third strike.
Drop third strike's one of them.
So, walk, hit by pitch, hit, fielder's choice, drop third strike, error,
There's one more.
and intentional walk.
That's a walk.
That counts as walk.
We're going to stay here through the pitching change until Roman can figure this one out. Maybe at some point we're going to go to the analytics team if he can't get it in the next minute.
Oh man.
It involves a swing. I'll give you that.
Involves a swing.
We're going to turn to our analytics team. It's catcher's interference. Our analytics team gets it, and that's why they do the analytics. And during this pitching change, let's talk schedule coming up for Sonoma. They entered play today 1.5 games ahead of the Slow Blues. That's to hold the 3rd playoff spot. And San Luis Obispo already lost today to the Santa Barbara Foresters, and it's a hellacious stretch for Slow. They have the Foresters for 1 more game, the Arroyo Seco Saints for 3 games, the Crawdads for 2, and then the Foresters for another 2 games. This is a situation where you need to bury the Slow Blues and keep that Northern Playoff Series up in the actual part of Northern California. So, Stompers have a big week to try and bury the Blues, and the new arm into the game is Micah Billings. He plays his college ball at Laney over in Oakland. Two-way guy, it looks like, for the Laney College Eagles. He has 12 appearances. He went 2-0, 16.1 innings. 1.1 earned run average. He also had 3 saves for Laney, so this is a guy that's known to pitch pressure innings. He comes into a situation here against Sonoma. It's 10-4. There's 2 outs with a man at first base, and he'll deal with Nick Sebastiani. And the umpires will reset. Colton Boardman takes a lead off of first base. Nick Sebastiani climbs into the right-hander's batter's box, and the righty Billings is ready to deliver his first of the outing. 87 misses up and away. Boardman came into today with 9 steals. He's already swiped 2 bags today. Not running, and Sebastiani fouls it off. Nick struck out, grounded out, struck out again, has an RBI single and a run scored. Colton, a short lead off first, being held on by Ewens, and a check on him. A half dive back to the bag. His body made it all the way across first base. He was so close. Kenny Meimersdorf has a first base coaching duties off tonight. Jacoby Heyer gets the Saturday to himself, and Sebastiani swings and misses. For the Stompers, 2 in the second, 1 in the 5th, 3 in the 6th, and another 2 here in the 7th. That equals 10. The pitch is a curveball that really didn't snap. It stays high, and the count's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Three hours of baseball gone by. We play in the 7th. Sebastiani hits a mile-high pop-up. Met him, the shortstop, makes the catch, and the inning is over. For Sonoma, it's 2 runs on 2 hits and 1 runner left. We move to inning number 8. Sonoma's lead now at a comfortable 10-4. Nathan Bunyard will now make his second Stomper appearance. We only seen him once, and that was one inning of work back on June 8th. It was an inning where he struck out 2. Also walked a hitter. Bunyard had an outstanding season at Century College. That's out in Minnesota. He had a 2.40 earned run average, 1.16 whip, but the big number was 84 strikeouts in 63 innings. And he misses inside with his first one, 91 miles an hour from Bunyard. It's mainly a fastball curveball mix from the righty. From right here in Santa Rosa, but plays his college ball up in Minnesota. 1-0 in there and fouled the opposite way by the left-handed hitting Ryan Broom. And I think that one jammed him. That one got him on the reverb. He's shaking out those hands. Takes a walk before digging back in. Brent Cummings barks, "You are right," to his right fielder. Broom says that he's okay. Kiran Hahn is up in the bullpen for Sonoma. Bunyard's 1-1 is high, 2-1. Stompers and the Menlo Park Legends go at it tomorrow, 1:05 for the Sunday matinee here in Sonoma, and then a Monday off day, as per usual for the Stompers. That one misses inside and low, the counts. 3 balls and 1 strike now to Ryan Broom, who's been on base 3 out of his 4 trips. And then the Stompers hit the road for a little while as Bunyard misses ball 4. A couple non-competitive pitches to round out the at-bat. Ryan Broom has been on base 4 times. Beg your pardon, Ryan Broom. So tomorrow against Menlo Park at 1:05, and then Monday off. Tuesday, that's at the Menlo Park Legends. That will be the penultimate meeting between those two this season. Then at Alameda, that's Wednesday. And then Thursday is at home against the Seagulls. And not to speak out of turn, but you really want to win the next 4 games if you're Zach Pace. That one is up and out. All 4 of those next coming up feel like winnable games. And then you have an out-of-league game. That's July 4th here at Arnold Field. That's a special 5 o'clock start time. You can come out and sit on the field and watch the fireworks show after the ball game. That one misses 2-0. It's really the greatest day at the ballpark.
Some fireworks, hopefully some fireworks from the home
Yeah,
bats.
it's a good one. 2 balls and no strikes. Bunyard comes home. That one is low, 3-0, and Bunyard struggling a little bit with his command here in inning number 8. And Zach Pace just looked down towards his bullpen. (3-0) in there, 3-1. Zach Justice wasn't sure. Bunyard has to battle. He's behind in the count, 3 balls and a strike. Nathan sets at the belt and delivers. Popped up foul back to the screen. All of a sudden, the count has run full 3-2. Thanks for joining us on a Saturday evening. It's now turned into night here at Arnold Field. It's been a fun one. The Stompers have a 10-4 lead. Amy G joined us. You can go back and watch that. That was the 3rd inning, and that's back-to-back walks from Bunyard. First and second, nobody out.
Yeah, it's definitely not how you want to start an appearance from the bullpen. A couple of competitive at-bats, but not falling in favor of Bunyard. Now, no outs, 2 on, and just not a lot of momentum your way. And you've got a 6-run lead to work with, but you certainly don't want to give that up here in the 8th, especially against a team like the Crawdads.
Yeah, I will go through quickly with a game recap. The Stompers have 6 different players with a run batted in. Boardman, Sebastiani, and Lazul have 1 each. Brady Shannon has 3. Trevor Schlafer has 1, and Trent Keys has a couple. 2 extra base hits for Trent Keys, a big breakout game for him. Paul Lazul bumped in the lineup. He goes yard. Mike Nunez is back in the dugout. Right on lefty. And that one is in there for a called strike to John Ewens. Ewens flew out in the first inning, hit a line drive single, but saw Ryan Brome thrown out at the plate. Since then, he's struck out and flown out. Stompers middle infield play for 2, and Bunyard misses low and outside. It's 1-1. Bunyard shakes off the first sign he gets from Sepulveda. They agree, and he delivers. He wanted to go to the curveball, and he missed with it below the zone. The count's now 2 balls and 1 strike. The Stompers looking to start the second half of the season with back-to-back wins. After a win over Menlo Park in last night's affair. (2-1) from Bunyard. Bat hit him, and the bases are loaded with nobody out via walk, hit by pitch. And how quickly is Zach Pace going to make this move? 6 runs lead can turn into 3 or even fewer in a hurry. It's righty on lefty against Cam Taylor, who reached via drop third strike. The pitch. Low, 1-0, and a walk would force in a run, and you'd have to think if he doesn't get Taylor, the night would be done. The righty Bunyard delivers low outside. Nice snag on the backhand by Esteban Sepulveda to save a run. And Zach Pace is going to come out and get him. Wow. Zach Pace makes the call mid-at-bat with the bases loaded. Hirian Hahn is going to get put into one of the tougher situations. Bases loaded, nobody out. You're behind in the count. 2 balls and no strikes. This one's not over yet. Sonoma leads 10-4, but the Crawdads are threatening. Bases loaded, nobody out. Kiran Hahn into the ball game when we return from this short break. We come back here in the top of the 8th inning, the drama building. The bases are loaded with nobody out. All three of those runners are charged to Nathan Bunyard, who's out of the game. The pitcher in the game is Kiran Hahn, who hasn't given up an earned run this season, but has given up 4 unearned runs against the Crawdads. That was on Wednesday. He goes to work behind 2-0 against Cameron Taylor, and he swings. Wow. A new pitcher comes in the game in the 2-0 count, and Cam Taylor wanted to get his team back in the game. He came up empty, and the count's 2-1. Kiran Hahn given a gift. It's all of a sudden 2-1.
Yeah, just a really ill-advised swing there.
2-1. Hahn delivers. That's popped up left field. Sebastiani in medium deep left will catch it, and the throw will be cut off. So 1 run comes in to score. That's Ryan Brome. No one else can advance. That's a smart play by Sebastiani. You didn't have a play at the plate. Hit the cutoff man. Don't let anyone else move up. That run goes to Bunyard. That out goes to Hahn.
And that's a big one there. You'll trade an out for a run when you're up 6. Now up just 5, but it's a convincing 10-5 in the 8th. A nice job from Kiran Hahn to start his outing.
Hahn, a sidewinding right-handed pitcher from Seoul, South Korea, played his college ball at Los Medanos. He was all Bay Conference first team as a shortstop, where he hit 400. He's being used out of the pen here, and he misses outside 1-0. Now his first full hitter, it's Nico DeFazio. Hahn with a high set at the letters, drops down and fires outside. 2-0, but he does have a base open now. It's 10-5. Two balls, no strikes. First and second with 1 out. Hahn, righty on righty, comes home. DeFazio takes 75. That's the slider, and it's in there.
Yeah, Hahn pitches from a sidearm near submarine. He's got a slider and a cutter, and is lethal with both, moving from the arm side to the glove side.
2-1 offer. In there, called strike 2. Went back to the slider, same spot, same call. Boardman and Libby shaded up the middle for what would be an inning-ending double play. Hahn, you see a lot of ground balls from a cutter, slider type of pitcher, especially dropping so far down from the right side. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Gideon Hahn checks the runner at second and is now ready to come home to Nico DeFazio. That one drifts too far off the corner. 3 balls and 2 strikes. If he misses with this pitch, the bases will be loaded once more. Righty on righty, Hahn against DeFazio. The wind and delivery, an emergency hack. It fouls it back to the screen. The Croads have done a very nice job of that today. On 0-2 pitches that they don't like, they're just throwing the bat head at it and fouling it back and seeing another. We'll see what happens here. Hahn pitches. DeFazio pops it up. First baseline. Keys gives it a look. He won't have a play. Continues to wind out of play. And this all of a sudden could become a Braden Gens situation, the Stomper closer. He did pitch in yesterday's game. That was a 4-run Stomper victory. This one getting close to that same mark. Runners lead from first and second. Justice from second. Ewens from first. Hahn. Payoff to DeFazio. Hit hard, but foul down the left field line. The 9th of the at-bat coming between Hahn and DeFazio. Casey Levitt-McGee, a lefty out on deck.
Yeah, and a slider there from Hahn that ended up middle. He's lucky damage wasn't done from DeFazio there.
So we'll do it between Hahn and DeFazio for a 9th time. The righty pitches. DeFazio fouls it back to the screen. He's just putting his slider in the zone. That one was belt high, outer third. DeFazio, all he could do was foul it straight back.
I don't know if we've seen him go to the cutter. It's been a very nice pitch for him so far through the year, but right now would be a good time. You just run the risk of running it out of the zone and filling up the bases.
3-2 coming now from Hahn. Just misses low, ball 4, and Nico DeFazio wins the battle. Bases loaded again, and Casey Levitt-McGee comes up in a big spot.
Casey Levitt-McGee.
And that's a great AB from Nico DeFazio, a guy that hasn't had a ton of runs so far with the Crawdads. Comes in a big moment. He's already got a pair of singles this evening and works a long at-bat, then gets on base via the walk. A really disciplined approach and a true team at-bat.
Singled in the first, fielder's choice in the third, double in the fifth, strikeout in the 7th. He's ahead of Hahn, 1 ball and no strikes. And now the tying run is in the on-deck circle. and Joey Donnelly is available off the bench. That one's outside 2-0. That was the cutter, 83. Bases loaded for Walnut Creek in the 8th inning. Brant Cummings' team refusing to go away. Hahn comes home. Levitt McGee hits it hard, but foul. And what did we talk about? He swung 3-1. He swings 2-0.
And that's an aggressive approach. Crawdads well aware that they're down 5. You can't get it all back in one swing, but you certainly don't want to just walk around the bases. You'd much rather get on the Stompers quickly.
Lots of hitting room in right center. Hahn delivers inside corner, called strike. Missed his spot. Sepulveda was set up outside, but the pitch found the inside corner.
And Levitt McGee did not like the call, but it caught the inside edge. What happens when you crowd the plate.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Bases loaded with 1 out. The Stompers doubling up the Crawdads 10-5. A big 2-2 from Hahn. Levitt McGee fouls it off. Hahn has faced Taylor. He's starting a 2-0 count. He walked DeFazio, and now he's facing Levitt McGee. He's ready to deliver his 18th pitch and just his 3rd hitter. Justice from 3rd, Ewens from 2nd, DeFazio from 1st. Hahn took too long, and Casey Levitt McGee steps out. Two offer from the righty outside, 3-2. If Kiran Hahn does not come in the zone here, 1 run scores. It's 10-6, and that means the tying run will come to the plate.
Yeah, you need it out here if you're the Stompers, and then you have Chris Esquivel, the 9-hole, to deal with to try to get out of the inning.
3 balls, 2 strike. Hahn pitches. Levitt McGee fouls it off.
Yeah, and it's been solid from Hahn so far. Just 2 batters in. He's thrown a lot of pitches, though. He's not getting this swing and miss and a side winder with a nice slider and a nice cutter. That's what he's designed to do, is get the swing and miss, not getting it.
DeFazio faced 10 pitches. We're about to see an 8th. Something's got to give. Bases loaded. 3-2 pitch. Hahn delivers. Struck him out looking. Eric Gurney rings him up on a pitch over the outside edge. First strikeout for Hahn, and it comes at a much-needed time, his 5th strikeout of the season. And now Chris Esquivel won't hit, but Eric Gurney has warned the entire Walnut Creek bench. And Brant Cummings has been thrown out of this baseball game, and on what's been a very contentious day here at Arnold Field, it's going to come to a head here in the 8th inning, and Brant Cummings is going to get his money's worth with Eric Gurney. The 2 men are nose to nose down that 3rd base line, and Brant Cummings' day will end early, and he's still barking.
So, as Levitt McGee was walking into the dugout, he was a step away from being in it. He looked back and said, "That's terrible," in which a warning was assessed, and then Brant Cummings said that he wasn't talking to the home plate umpire, which he was. He wasn't arguing balls and strikes, but I would argue that expressing your opinion on a call is as good as arguing balls and strikes.
So that's now, well, this is the 4th game that the Stompers and the Crawdads have played. Nicholson, that's Derek Nicholson, the bench coach, he's been ejected. The shortstop, Jared Metham's been ejected, and now Brant Cummings has been ejected. And I'm all for letting the umpire have it. And it's been a frustrating day on the Walnut Creek side. And to Casey Levitt McGee's credit, that pitch was not in the MLB strike zone that our TrackMan system has. But at the end of the day, what do you think's going to happen? And to Brant Cummings' credit, I think he has to get ejected there over his player. Brant Cummings stepped up and stood up for his player, and there's at least some shred of nobility in that if you're the head man for Walnut Creek.
Right. I mean, like, my coaches growing up always told me, like, I'm not to argue with the umpires. That's for the coaches to go and bat for their players, to back them up in that way, because ultimately they're there to coach and to mentor and to lead the ball club while the players are there to play, not to argue.
So we'll get John Boy going on that Brant Cummings lip reading, and we're back to baseball. Gideon Hahn misses high and tight. I think about half the ballpark heard that one, though. Not a lot of lips need to be read.
And Cummings, I mean, a phenomenal manager, going to go to bat for his guys and got rung up himself there.
That one is in there, right down the middle to Chris Esquivel. The count's 1-1. And this 8th inning seems to have lasted forever. Bases are still loaded. 1-1 coming to Esquivel is pop foul back to the screen. But if the Crawdads want to pull off what would be a miraculous comeback here with the last 4 outs, they'll do it without their skipper, Brant Cummings. Dustin Cheney, the assistant coach, will take over the managerial duties, a man that did it for the Alameda Anchors 2 years ago and the Alameda Merchants last year. So he's done it in the CCL. That one misses outside. The count's 2-2. And someone else has just been ejected. Eric Gurney threw somebody out from the Walnut Creek dugout down the third baseline and wheels off the wagons, an understatement for what's going on here in the 8th. It's Casey Levitt McGee who's been ejected. He was already been warned.
Yeah, I believe the bench as a whole was warned, and something was yelled, I'm sure, along the lines of, like, are we sure that wasn't a strike? Something sarcastic, and definitely not a ball game where sarcasm would be appreciated. This is just a mess.
So, the ejection tally is now 2. It's the starting left fielder, Casey Levitt McGee, along with the manager, Brant Cummings, who has just come sprinted down from the bullpen where he was to go get Levitt McGee. And
the bullpen was empty during that at-bat. I don't really know why. They all came, like, running down in the middle of play. I don't even know what's going on.
This game has absolutely lost all semblance of any sort of rationale.
There's still a conversation being made between Nicholson and the home plate umpire, Eric Gurney. I mean, it looks fairly, like, respectful, but someone's been tossed. I don't believe that's something that can be undone.
No. Casey Levitt McGee is out of this baseball game. Brant Cummings is out of this baseball game. We're maybe looking past the fact that if Chris Esquivel hits a home run, it's a 1-run game in the 8th.
And what an absurd 8th inning would that be? Gideon Hahn's just playing some nice toss, keeping it warm, but now it looks like Zach Justice is talking to the third base side umpire. That's Harvey Maxey,
I think. So let's recap this inning. Nathan Bunyard started it for Sonoma. He went walk, hit by pitch, fell behind 2-0. How about a mid-at-bat pitching change? Bunyard is out. That brings Hahn into the game. Hahn started the count in a 2 behind 2-0 and ended up giving up a sac fly and then a walk. So in the inning, there's been 3 walks, a hit by pitch, a mid-at-bat pitching change, no hits. That's 1 point, and 2 ejections. Brant Cummings was the first man hooked, and then Casey Levitt McGee was thrown out as well. And Dean Poteet is still, I think, talking in that. I know Dean's gone back and
they're trying to get whoever was ejected to leave. I think it was like a who said it, no one wants to fess up, we all said it, kind of like team stand, whatever. But They've been trying to get it sorted out, and it will be Levitt McGee to leave.
So, if Eric Gurney had any plans after this Saturday night, those are canceled. It's going to be a whole lot of paperwork for the home plate umpire. 2 ejections. And we're back to baseball, finally. Hahn to Esquivel, 2 balls and 2 strikes. The tension could not be higher. Hahn strikes him out swinging. In the inning for Walnut Creek. 1 run on no hits, 4 free passes, and 2 ejections. We head to the bottom of inning number 8, and as we stand, Sonoma leads it 10-5. The bottom of inning number 8 starts with a pinch hitter. It's Anthony Shepler, and he swings and misses against Billings. It's 0-1, so that ends Paul Lazul's day with a walk, a homer, a strikeout, and a hit by pitch, and you have to hope that they just want to get Shepler an at-bat, not that Paul Lazul's hurting after getting plunked last inning. So Shep comes in for Lazul as the DH, and he takes 1-1, and Brady Shannon catches it on the rebound after it kicked off the backstop right to him in the on-deck circle. And by the way, he's not in the on-deck circle, and that was an issue last night. We'll see if Eric Gurney moves him back to that circle.
And you mentioned the rebound. He plays football and baseball.
I was going to say.
Might as well just go try out for the court.
Those are quarterback reflexes right there. The pitch to Shepler is fouled back, and the count's 3 balls and 2 strikes to Anthony Shepler.
He could play a nice small forward. Even put him in the 4.
He definitely could. And Shepler strikes out swinging. He's retired in his only plate appearance today. That's the first for
Now batting,
Billings.
37, Brady Shannon.
There has been a defensive substitution. Someone has come on in relief of Casey Levitt McGee after he was ejected from this game. We'll get that to you as quick as we can. And Brady Shannon swings and misses, nothing in one. Stompers 10, Walnut Creek 5. And that curveball drifts over the head of Brady Shannon. The count's 1-1. And this game's had just about everything you could want. And hopefully, for the home crowd, a Stompers win, that would be the most important. That curveball is beautiful, and it drops over the inside corner. The count's 1-2. McCann Libby out on deck. So Zach Pace isn't using any other substitutions. We'll ask him about Paul Lazul's health after the game. One, two. Shannon takes a curveball. Started high, stays high. Feller up, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Shannon, a couple of singles, a couple of strikeouts, and a couple of RBI. The 3-2 is sent in the air to center field. A lot of people can make a play, and it's Ryan Brome who makes the catch in pretty shallow right center by the time he ran it down. That brings up McCann Libby.
Number 49, McCann Libby.
Libby played at Navarro Junior College down in Texas last year. He's from Frisco, played at Lone Star High School, and he takes a called strike one. He's heading over to Louisiana. He'll play at Louisiana Tech this coming fall. He takes a called strike and then a called ball. The count's 1-1. There's no action for now in the bullpen. Hirian Hahn might go back out there. Libby hits this one a mile high to left center field. Chasing back is the new left fielder. We were never given a name, but he makes the catch. And the inning is over. We head to the 9th inning of play. The Stompers lead the Crawdads 10-5. Come back for the conclusion on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Riley Leininger comes off the bench to pinch hit as he hits for Jared Medham. And that one is just off the corner. Han, lefty, pitches to Leininger, lefty, and it's fouled back to the screen. So Dustin Cheney, who is now managing after the Brant Cummings ejection, dips into his bench. Really an all-timer here on a Saturday at Arnold Field. 2 ejections, 15 total runs. We've been playing for 3.5 hours, and we're still going. Leininger takes outside. The count's 2-1. Han faced 4 hitters, and he got a fly ball, a walk, and 2 strikeouts. He allows just 1 of the 3 inherited runners to score, so Nathan Bunyard's day looks a little better. That one's bounced to Libby, who fields the short hop and throws to first. Tough hop all of a sudden there on McCann. Ate him up a little bit, but cool, calm, and collected, he gets it. And another pinch hitter will be announced. It's Ryan Ellis.
Number 2, Ryan Ellis.
So they're just playing the matchup left on left against Han. Ellis comes in for Jenkins, who is a lefty himself, so really who knows what they're doing, and that one's in there for a called strike. 0-1. This would pull the Stompers to within a game of first place Walnut Creek. And really extend the lead over slow. That's the big one. That one in there. That's a slider and a good one. The count's 0-2. A good amount of fans have stayed through 3 hours and 40 minutes of baseball.
And it's not July 4th, but there's been some fireworks tonight. Can see why they're sticking around.
No want for drama, that's for sure. And that brings finally an 0-2 pitch coming to Sam Ellis. And Gideon Han has no intention of speeding up the pace of this game in the 9th. And neither does Eric Gurney, as that one misses low. A nice take on 0-2 from Ellis. We've seen Ryan Ellis play against Sonoma. He got the start a couple times. He does have a home run this season. 1-2. Outside 2-2. That's a fun one. Derek Nicholson just yelled, take the safety off. Let it rip. Let your guys swing. 10-5 ball game in the 9th. The pitch. Line foul back to the screen, and Han's pitch count is now creeping up towards 30. He's about to deal his 35th pitch. But Han is headed back to Korea coming up in the next few weeks. So Zach Pace squeezing every single pitch he can out of Gideon Han's right arm. He comes with a high set and delivers. Struck him out swinging. 3rd K for Han, and now one last chance for Walnut Creek. Comes in the form of Ryan Brome, who has 3 walks, a single, and a pop-out. That one, first pitch slider in there, called strike. The 0-1 on the way from Han to Bro, misses inside, and the count's 1 ball and 1 strike. The pitch is line foul back to the screen, and now we're 1 strike away from the conclusion here. Hahn looking to shut the door. Hahn stares in to get his sign. And now comes set. The pitch to Brome. Lined into left field. A base hit. And so this ball game continues. And Zach Justice will get a crack at things. Have yourself a day. Ryan Brome has been on base 5 times. That brings up Zach Justice, who's walked twice, reached on an error. Who's also popped out and struck out. A right-handed hitter who plays his college ball for the Ducks of the University of Oregon. From Eugene. Pitch. From Bend, beg your pardon. That one is outside with a slider. Brome off first. Hahn comes set. Comes home. Foul back to the screen. Thanks for sticking with us here. That's Roman Raffelli. I'm Kiran Costa, taking you what we hope will be through the final hitter of the ball game. Zach Justice, the cleanup man, digs in from the right side. Hahn pitches. That's lined into the glove of McCann Libby. The ball game is over. Stomps win on a McCann Libby web gem. And, well, it took nearly 4 hours, 2 ejections, but the Stompers get the job done. They win a wild one by the final score of 10-5. They even the season series at 2-2 against Walnut Creek. They have a chance to go win the week. That's at 105 against the Menlo Park Legends right back here. The winning pitcher is Jaden Harper. The losing pitcher is Carson Timothy. Your final totals: 10 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors for Sonoma. Beats 5 runs on 8 hits and 2 errors for the Walnut Creek Crawdads. WCC is 12-6. Sonoma is 13-9. And Roman, there's a lot to talk about on the wrap. Let's just start with some overall takeaways.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably one of the most well-rounded offensive efforts we've seen from the Stompers in recent games. They scored in 5 of 8 innings. They were great with runners in scoring position. They're just a team effort that paid off really well, and a great job adapting. Nick Santovanias, your ace coming into today, went just 2 innings. He didn't have it, but everyone else picked up the slack. Played a confident 7 innings after Santovanias' exit. The bullpen was nails per usual. Paul Azul had a good day at the plate. How about Trent Keys coming into today? Just 3 hits to his name. Puts a triple and a double out there. A couple of ribbies as well. He had an excellent outing up and down. A great one and a big one to get against Walnut Creek.
Yeah, so Jaden Harper improves to 2-0 on the season. Carson Timothy falls to 1-2. A whole bunch of people to thank today. The analytics team, the whole press box today was really outstanding. A great crowd here on Saturday night. And you, Roman, a great job in what was not really in any stretch field. Sonoma wins 10-5. And that's a big one. You draw closer. Is it time to start looking at the standings, second half of the season?
Well, with SLO having a tough go in the next 6 or 7 ball games, like we talked about before the show today, you certainly want to get a big lead here, because ultimately the top 3 is all that matters. But I don't think you quite get there yet. I mentioned yesterday, if you're Sonoma, you want to go on a 10, 11, 12, 13 win stretch through July and through the last half of the season, but they get 2 to start the back 20, that's a great start here. You just got to continue to not worry about the numbers and the standings, all that kind of stuff. Continue to play good baseball. Go get quality at-bat after quality at-bat, because that's the winning baseball mindset that we've seen this team carry so far this season, and it's paid off with where they're at right now.
The Crawdads host the Seagulls tomorrow at 4 o'clock at Monte Vista High School. The next time these two teams match up isn't until July 9th, so after the fireworks show they put on today, they'll have a little bit of a breather from each other, and both teams will probably appreciate that. Let's wrap up today one last time. The winning pitcher is Jaden Harper of the Sonoma Stompers. The losing pitcher is Carson Timothy of the Walnut Creek Crawdads. 10 runs, 9 hits, and 2 errors beats 5 runs, 8 hits, and 2 errors. That's on the other side, the losing side for Walnut Creek. Sonoma bumps the record to 13-9. Walnut Creek down to 12-6. And my biggest thank you today goes to Amy Gutierrez. She's very busy. She's been in broadcast booths a whole lot nicer than this one. But to take the time, join us for really one full inning, talk about her book, about baseball, about just about anything I asked of her. That means a lot to me, and honestly I look back on as one of the highlights of my broadcast career up until this point. And Roman Raffelli, I mean, he does this, and she put up with me for an inning. He does it for 9 just about every single day. That's going to wrap up shop here. For Amy G and Roman Raffelli, I'm Kiran Costa signing off and saying enjoy your Saturday night in Sonoma.